everyone. Welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 49. This week we have the Russians going all out into the AVDIIVKA offensive, and we also have the entire development of the Israeli-Hamas war. And unsurprisingly, we are seeing Israel hammering the entire of Gaza Strip. So no, nothing very actually, it's actually quite disappointing. I thought that they will have better plans, but no, the plans only last for the first day, and that's about it. So, anyway, yeah. So welcome everybody. We currently only have 32 people, concurrent viewers. So very cozy over here, and I'm gonna drop the link to join. And see whether if anyone is free to join. Okay, let me see what the link. The link to join is in the pinned in the live chat in the DPA Open Mic channel on YouTube as well as on Rumble. So I've already drop the link. If you want to come and chit chat, just can come and chit chat. For those that are new, don't worry, we are just here to chit chat. We are not going to change the world, not with a few hundred people. Yeah. So just some thoughts. Regarding Ukraine war. What we are seeing now is the Russians doing some offensive actions, and I would say that this offensive action is very important. It's not the big arrow offensive. It is pretty much still tactical in nature, but the AVDIIVKA offensive is the one of the bigger ones. And if the Russians really follow through all the way and they actually manage to encircle and capture AVDIIVKA, my prediction is that this will be the very end of the Ukraine war, because there is basically no other way to continue this war. Because the Ukrainian offensive has been for half a year. They did capture ground, they capture settlements, but it's nothing compared to what AVDIIVKA is. So that is the main problem, and that will demoralize whatever support that Ukraine would have from the European countries. And hi, Wayne.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah, long time no see. Well, I'm tired.
Just a second, I'm gonna move my phone a bit. Get it closer.
Yeah, basically, I was very disturbed by mosquitoes, so I was woken up by mosquitoes just now, and then I went on a 1 hour war with the mosquito. It was like, where's the mosquito? And then I was like taking my my extinguisher, not extinguisher. This what's it called?
Yeah, well, mosquitoes stopped being a problem here about a month ago. Too damn cold.
So what happened in Singapore is that we don't have a lot of mosquitoes in most of the built-up areas, because we have very strict anti-mosquito things, policies and everything. But nowadays, the past year or two, they have been releasing the mosquitoes, those genetically altered type, and then it's just very irritating. And somehow I still get bitten. So I'm not sure what the hell is happening.
Yeah, well, the genetically altered ones, they still bite. They just don't reproduce.
Yeah, so I was so irritated just now. I was like not in a good mood. So what do you think about? Yeah.
Well, actually, I want to talk Hall of Mirrors. I know it's a place you spend time. You know what I mean by the term, of course.
What term is it again?
Hall of Mirrors.
Hall of Mirrors. Not very familiar. You may want to.
Oh, it's where us intelligence analysts spend all of our time, looking at things. What's being said. Does it actually mean what they say it means? Like China says this. Does it actually mean what they said, or are they trying to say something else? Mm-hmm. What's going on in the background? Who's meeting who secretly and possibly providing aid or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
And I think it has a lot of it's very important to think about the Hall of Mirrors right now, because what people are saying what happened in Israel was an intelligence failure.
I don't think so.
Yeah, well, I don't think so either. I think basically what it comes down to is Israel was watching the wrong part of Hamas. Hamas, people think of it as a monolith, but it's more like a group of cats arguing over territory, if you know what I mean.
I'm a bit simpler in terms of the thinking. I mean, of course, because they are considered terrorist group, they have cells, but they still have an overarching hierarchy. So there is rumors saying that they have already planned this for over a year, and they were so worried that this would leak that they did not even inform the Islamic Jihad people. So
they also didn't inform their own people. According to what I understand, their own people didn't know what was going on until just before it kicked off, including the people in on the attack. They had no idea. Which may explain part of what looks so odd about it, because some of the attacks just seem very disjointed. Assuming they were planned ahead of time, which is what you would think.
Well, I joined in a little bit late. What are you guys specifically discussing? Is this Israel?
Yeah,
Israel. So Jubain was talking about he feels that it's not a full intelligence failure, but it could be they are monitoring the wrong group of Hamas people, and then then for me, I think that is Israel deliberately let them attack. But that's me. I want to talk to Matt Ladd. Matt Ladd is in the backstage. Can you look at the private chat? Yeah, I need to do some verification.
All right. What do you guys think about the upcoming ground offensive by Israel against Hamas?
Sounds like a bad idea, but that's
Why is
just
that?
me.
Why is that?
Well, I think number one, you've got a lot of people in Gaza who are going to stay and be willing to fight, and you've got a lot of places to hide. I mean, this is going to be a pretty bloody battle if they go in there with ground troops, because everywhere they turn, it's a potential sniper's nest. That's what I look at when I see the rubble and everything like that.
Gaza's a city. It's all city. I mean, like there's no open land really.
Yeah. So I think Israel. I mean, it's a no-win situation, really. They got to go in, right? On one hand, because both sides seem intent on killing each other, and just seems to me like any sort of negotiations, any sort of two-stage solution, if they were going to do it, they'd have done it already. So I think we're at the point now where it seems like just annihilation of one side seems to be preferred for some reason. And if that's the way that they're going to go, it'll be very bloody for both sides for sure.
Another point that may not have hit your guys' radar, I'm hearing word that Hamas is preventing civilians from leaving the northern part of the Gaza Strip.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, human shields and hostages are like probably the only way you're staying alive.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Wayne, I kind of don't believe that, because everything that I've seen, not just in the last week, but the last 20 years of following this off and on, it seems to me like the people in Gaza, they're pretty motivated, and if they're staying behind, I kind of suspect they're staying behind to fight. So I don't think Hamas necessarily needs to use human shields. I think they'll have enough fighters.
No, I mean, I'm just saying, I mean, if you're a Hamas militant right now, the only way you're staying alive is if you're next to hostages or civilians. Not so much civilians, but more like the hostages. Because those guys are like golden tickets, especially like that general and stuff like that. But, I mean, Israel's going to flatten that place as they move forward. So I don't know how well they'll be able to conduct the kind of ambushes they did back in the 2000s when they really fucked up the Merkavas and stuff. But even if they can't employ the ATGM teams as well in the infantry, hiding in buildings, they'll probably change up and use more drones. So you'll see maybe similar losses that you saw in earlier encounters, but it'll be because of drones and not so much the infantry and the ATGM teams, because I think they're going to be pretty thorough about that. I mean, they can move up, draw fire, and you can see what they do to the buildings. And they're already going to be moving through areas that they've pretty much pummeled repeatedly. They'll have support on call. So I would think you'll have the Palestinians would have to switch it up to more drones, because it's going to be too hard. I mean, they're going to be looking for the teams. I think the first time when they got fucked up going into Lebanon, or when it was it 2009 or 8 or 6, I don't know. I think they didn't expect the amount of ATGMs, and they kind of came in dumb. And this time they probably won't, but then the drones will offset that, because it doesn't appear they have much in the way of defensive drones. I'm not saying they don't. I've seen they do have systems, but
they just need to focus on asymmetric warfare, I would imagine, right? Because if they do what Ukraine did, then they're going to get simply obliterated. But it's an urban environment; you can't really do pitched fighting. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, as soon as they pop up, they're going to get bombed. So
yeah,
it'll be harder. But they can launch drones from farther back and observe, and then hit targets that way. That way they don't lose the guys they would lose trying to conduct ambushes in the rubble. But that's not to say they won't do it, because, a couple guys in the rubble shooting
Mad Lad
off
has a
stops
drone.
Stops the unit.
Yo, Mad Lad has a drone, man.
Yeah, a couple guys in the rubble fire some shots. The column stops. Then you employ the drones against the columns, and then those guys die or get away.
Before we introduce our new friend with the cool toy, on one point that you just made regarding the hostages, I think they're already written off from Israel's perspective. The defense minister, I forget his name, but he said this is not going to be a rescue operation. We need to go in, and we're not necessarily looking to get back the hostages. And if you read between the lines of what he said, he basically said, we're going in, and hostages be damned. If we need to blow up a building.
Yeah, I agree with that to a point, but I still think even if they've written them off, Hamas hasn't, because they know those people are worth. I mean, hell,
sure, yeah.
They gave up 1,000 Palestinian prisoners for a dead Israeli soldier's body a year later. So even if those people are, I mean, I'm just saying, I mean, they play the long game too. I mean, those people could be valuable in 4 or 5 years of dead or alive. And when Netanyahu's not around or whoever, I mean, even if Israeli doesn't care, they know the value of those people. But then again, as far as the military guys goes, I was Israel. I'd be like, when they're like, whose fault is it? Well, it's that general that's captured, or it's that dead guy, or this dead guy. And it looks like they captured quite a bit of stuff. Like we get into it later, but it looks like, some people want to say it was disjointed and uncoordinated. But I would believe that they had teams of people in there specifically to take technology, and it appears that they've done that in the form of radio communication, anti-drone technology. Let's see, some other stuff too, but not to mention the trophy system off of a tank. Mm-hmm. But it looks like people went in there with a specific job of taking things that could be useful.
So lad, show us your toy.
Melad, Melad, you need to unmute yourself. Just now I muted you because there is audio feedback. So next time you may need to put. There's audio feedback. I can hear myself actually. Do you have a earphone?
Hang on, I'll go grab some. I'll be back in a minute.
All right.
Gotta run, guys. I have a dog that needs walking. See you later.
See you, Wayne.
Okay.
Bye, Wayne.
Take it easy, Wayne.
He's always dropping in just to make a few statements, then he will drop off.
Look, we've been blessed, guys. We should be thankful.
I like Wayne. Well,
Yeah, he's awesome. You know, he can take criticisms. You know, he can have difference in opinion, and he will still come out.
Yeah.
No,
I like
love
Wayne's.
him.
I like Wayne's ability to take it. His panache.
Yeah.
He's a Giga
Yeah,
Chad.
the one thing
He's
with
the
the
Giga Chad
drones-
on the DPA.
with the drones, that'll probably become pretty, utilized a bunch in the war in Palestine. You know, the Israelis have had a year and a half to see what's coming. Have they prepared it all? Are they ready? Because,
I wanted to talk about that.
It's easier to use those drones and not lose and just use a few guys to hold up the Israelis here and there, and then hit them with drones, fall back, hit them with drones, fall back, than it is to try and go toe to toe with Merkavas and fucking 155s and F-16s and F-30. Fuck that shit. I mean, you seen how they're fucking gathered around in Israel getting ready to deploy? I'm surprised they haven't hit them with drones already and fucking dropped a grenade on the fucking ammo pile.
We have to ask two questions. One,
I know where he's going.
Is the failure of Israel to be prepared for and respond accordingly to the attack by Hamas on, if we take, for example, that first base that it is infamously seen in the helmet cam footage that was of all those guys getting wiped out, is that level of preparedness representative of the entire IDF, or is that one commander who got captured just really bad at his job and let his base fall into disrepair while the rest of the IDF is in extremely good in combat, not combat, but extremely good working order, right? They were ready for combat. They have everything ready to go, and they're very well drilled, because we clearly didn't see that in the opening night.
I think it was complacency. I mean, they may be.
That's what I'm asking. Do you think the entire IDF is that incompetent and complacent, or do you think it was just that one area?
I think it was that area.
Yeah, I mean,
the border defense.
It's a holiday, right?
Yeah,
it's a holiday too. So
yeah,
I don't think that's representative of the IDF. Like I thought that those were some pretty bad dudes, right, and dudettes. So I don't think we've seen that yet, but I think we will.
Yeah, and it's it becomes a question of when you talk about whether the IDF is incompetent because of this or not. You get to the question of what's the political ramifications of this for Israel, right? Are people going to look at Netanyahu and say that he's doing a great job, he's protecting us from Hamas, and he's uniting the people of Israel against Hamas and maybe against Palestine? Or are people going to look at him and say, this is the guy that made this happen, this is the guy that let this happen, this guy is at the end of his rope, as soon as we solve this problem we're going to get rid of him? What do you think?
My view on it, I think that unfortunately, and this goes back quite a number of years, but I'm old enough to remember when the PLO was around with Arafat and Yitzhak Rabin and guys like that, and they actually signed an accord for a two-stage solution. And I was a teenager back then, but I still remember it well. Now, those guys were somewhat moderate. They were working towards a two-stage solution. Somewhere along the way, in the mid-2000s, I should say both sides, they ended up choosing these groups that were very extreme on both sides, in Hamas and Netanyahu's party. I forget the name of the party right now. It eludes me. But that was seen as being a very far-right party who were, uberly opposed to any sort of two-state solution. Hamas is the same way. They don't see a two-state solution as being solvable either. So, unfortunately, we've evolved from moderates who wanted to do stuff to these two guys who are just two sides who are just hell-bent on killing each other. And unfortunately, it's the Palestinian people and the Israeli people who just want to get up and, go to work and live life. They're the ones who suffer, because I'll bet you if you were to ask the majority of them and take a survey of either side, what would you like, peace or with a two-state solution, or just constant chaos, they'd all choose a two-state solution.
Yeah.
I mean, the other thing too is, and I'm not trying to pick on Israel or anything, but in reference to there's parties in both sides that enjoy the antagonism and the the drama and the fighting, and they want war. You know, they want a final solution for one side or the other. You know, obviously there's people like that on both sides. But you've got, in Israel particularly, you've got the Orthodox Jews who are pro-settlement and very militaristic towards the Palestinians and the Arabs in general. You know, and obviously it's anecdotal, but they do protests where they scream death to Arabs and they spit on people and do all kinds of fucked up shit. But they're very, very aggressive. But yet they will not pick up a rifle and fight for Israel. But you have this population in Israel that's antagonizing and inflaming an already fucking ridiculously tense situation. And there's people on both sides doing it, but I'm just saying in particular them, because I know obviously Hamas does or whoever, they're obviously clear antagonists. But you have this one group of people that sit there and, you know, they're going to start all this shit and talk all this shit. But when the shit hits the fan, they all fucking run away and let some guy named Yoni down the street that does TikToks defend them. And he ain't got much of a chance. I mean, it's fucking bullshit. You're going to sit there and run your mouth and act like that, but when the time comes, you ain't going to pick up a gun and fight for your country? I mean, that's kind of fucked up. I mean, the Israeli people need to deal with that too, just as much as the Palestinians need to deal with the terrorist elements in their population. It's the same fucking thing. You've got people with guns starting shit. You know, at least the Hamas side, they're going to go pick up their guns and fight. Yeah, they may hide behind their people. These motherfuckers go talk shit and start shit and hide behind the IDF.
But I'll tell you what, I think that in Israel, it's probably true that it's kind of a minority, or at least not a massive majority of the people that are wanting violence, that are, you know, fully for violence. I think that in Palestine, it's the opposite. I think most people in Palestine do want violence against Israel. I think that's kind of just
in
a
the
given.
Gaza Strip.
Yeah, in the Gaza Strip. In the Gaza Strip, 100% in the Gaza Strip is what I meant to say, because that's what's relevant at the moment. People talk about Hamas like, oh, Hamas is just the figurehead of there's just this small group called Hamas. But all the other Palestinian, all the Gaza parties that are powerful in Gaza, they all agree with Hamas. They've all put out statements in support of what Hamas's actions. I think this is bigger than just, both sides are bad, or the people are really just the ones that are the victims here. Nobody wants violence. I don't think that's true. I think we're witnessing a really serious clash of civilizations here. I think we're seeing a real nationalist, two nationalist forces coming up against each other. You know what I mean? And there's not going to be. I think it's just going to get worse from here. I don't think it's going to be a. People are just going to accept peace at this point. I think the violence is going to continue.
If you've heard the rhetoric from Jews outside of Israel, it's just like universally, yeah, kill them all. Just kill them all. I mean, there are people I know in real life who have spoken like that, like unironically.
Yeah. In a way, it'll be inevitable, because you've had these liberal Jews running Israel for a long time, but now they're being replaced by these Orthodox Jews. And the liberal Jews have presided over a lot of expansion of Israel, but now the Orthodox Jews might take that to the next level, right? So I think we could see a real shift in how Israel is viewed because of this. This might be the inflection point.
So I want to add, I feel like that in this world, right, especially in the Muslim world, they have this difficulty in realizing that there is a difference between Hamas, Fatah, and all the different groups, and Palestinians. Like, the civilians are civilians. It's a bit like, people conflating, Trump and is the whole of America, or Biden is the whole of America, or, whatever the Democrats say or the Republicans say is the whole American thing. There's this conflation. So it's like Hamas launched an attack, but people think that it's a Palestinian thing. I think that's a bad way to look at it, because the Hamas, they are ultimately a terrorist group. They are a group that have militant aims. They are ruling Gaza, yes, but their priorities is not the Palestinian people. So,
well, then you also have to define what Jews are then, because Israel isn't just Jews, right?
Yes,
they're Zionists, because that's the idea behind Israel. That's the political ideology, yeah.
And yeah, so when we talk about Israel, there is also Arabs. They are Israeli. There is also Christian. They are Israeli.
Precise with the language. You can't just blanket, because then it gets very confusing.
So what I observe is always that whenever there is violence, Israel hit back, then the whole Muslim world will go against. They will go for like, oh, they are supporting Palestine, but they are not realizing that all these small terror groups, they may not be very big. Maybe there are a few thousand people, a few hundred people, depends. But every time they do certain actions, they are bringing down the whole of the Palestine people down at the same time, and there is a very different approach from the Israelis towards West Bank and versus Gaza. Gaza is very tight. It's like a prison. West Bank is a lot more free, and if you look at, there's always, even in the United States, there's a lot of Palestinians. In Europe as well, they all have dual citizenship. These people are usually all from the West Bank, and these people are working in United States. They are earning good money. They send money back. They buy houses in West Bank.
They also have access to a greater border with Syria.
Yeah, Jordan, right? And Jordan. I don't think they have borders here.
I thought they do.
Just Jordan.
Just Jordan? All right,
Yeah.
I'm tripping.
I'm pretty sure.
This Syria is a war zone, so I don't think they have access to.
Oh, I'm thinking of the Golan Heights. That's my bad.
Yeah,
that's the Golan Heights.
Yep.
Yeah, Syria wouldn't be
so-
worth much anyway, right? It's fucked.
I remember watching this YouTube channel. They are Israelis, so they basically try to debunk certain things. So they basically do go on a trip to show off certain settlements. They went into certain Palestinian settlements, and they show that there's actually no one living there. They interviewed the mayor over there, and basically the mayor said that most of the settlers, Palestinians are no dual citizens. They are not living here. They buy the house, they just leave it there. They are overseas. And this is the world, the Palestinian world, that we are not seeing. A lot of especially in the Muslim world, because it goes against the narrative. So and for me, when I first saw it, I was like, what?
Hey, Wyatt,
Yeah.
did you, just to add to your point, did you guys see the YouTube clip that was going around? It was before the conflict started, but it was a Palestinian woman in one of the settlements, and she comes home one day, and there's a guy in her house, in her backyard, and he was like one of the settlers, and he was taking her house, right? And she said, "You can't be here. This is my house." And she said, "You can't steal my house." And the guy says to her, he says, "Well, if I don't steal it, somebody else will steal it." And it was just such a weird conversation. And I was like, what am I watching right now? But it was just like, that's what happens,
Yeah.
It's an apartheid state. We're talking of Israel and Palestine, but there is only one country, which I will call Palestine. Call it whatever you want. And
Judea.
From the Oslo Accords onward, especially since it has become an apartheid state at the model of South Africa, with Bantustans. You don't remember what a Bantustan is, comes from Bantu, which is an African people, and Stan, which is a war, Arabic or Persian word for country or state. And that's what South Africa made when South Africa was an apartheid state. They created a lot of little countries within South Africa that were autonomous, but not really autonomous. And they called them Bantustans. There was Sulan, Venda, there were a lot of things. But
Speaking of Bantustans and apartheid states, here you go. Great example. This is what happens when an apartheid state is very, very successful.
Are you from South Africa, Archimedes? No.
Oh, no, I'm American, right? So
okay.
My point is, look at the
I don't know that brand, sorry. And that's what
it's the Indians. My point is, that's what happened to the Native Americans too.
With the Oslo Accords. Instead of being the supposed path to peace and two
They
states,
got casinos.
what they did was to create an apartheid state with two Bantustans, West Bank and Gaza, because they divided them artificially. Originally it was one. And a lot of
what I'm hearing,
enclaves illegally in all around West Bank because they retreated from Gaza. They decided,
we need to take all of them, get rid of everybody, and turn that entire region into neutral territory is what I'm hearing. Vaughn probably can speak to this much better than I can.
Yeah, my whole Holy Land amusement park idea.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
kick everybody out. The only people that can stay are people that are the caretakers for each religious site for each religion.
It'll be like Disneyland.
All the farmland is caretaken by robots. It's protected by Skynet robots because they have no religious affiliation. They're completely unbiased.
Turn it into parking lots, dude.
Where are you talking about?
We're open Tuesday through Saturday, 8 to 10. When it closes, it closes. You got to get the fuck out. You can't stay. There's nowhere to live. There's no B&Bs. There's nothing. I mean, you can come and stay like an amusement park, then you got to go. It's just like the song. It's closing time. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. That way, you just come visit, and then you fucking leave. Nobody needs to live there.
Do you live in Palestine, Vaughn? I thought you were from the USA.
Yeah, the USA is going to manage it.
Oh yeah, that's
we'll let like some Christians run it.
Yeah,
we'll call it the kingdom of Jerusalem.
In any case, this is being a planet genocide, in my opinion. It was on the books.
Obviously, that's an extremely oversimplified solution to the problem.
Would you say the Lego characters?
What Israel wants to do is to push everybody from Gaza who is not outright killed by bombs and thirst into Egypt. That's what they want.
Yeah.
And probably after they do that on Gaza, if they can, because a lot of people is protesting, and maybe war will escalate with Iran. There is rumors of that, whatever. But if they achieve that, the next thing will be the West Bank. I'm sure about that. They will take a few years, so things cool down, but they will do the same with the West Bank if they can get away with this. That's the plan. Total genocide.
That's kind of anti-Semitic of you, man. Are you saying the Jews are like oppressing everybody and exerting their will? That's kind of super. And I'm kidding. I'm messing with you, man.
Just the Palestinians.
Israel is a racist state.
I'm messing with you. It's all jokes. It's all jokes.
Like Jews, German, Chinese, or Bantus. It's a racist state. There is one ethnicity, one race.
I'm agreeing with you.
And it's
I get it.
People who has come from outside the country. What the fuck you are talking about? I mean, you're brainwashed by the American propaganda. That was yesterday in a process against.
Okay, we're not going to have a damn war here.
All right, Mad Lad, please introduce yourself.
Yeah, hi guys. Mad Lad, also real name's Yasmin. But yeah, from Victoria, Australia, country Victoria, Australia. Keen hobbyist, RC enthusiast, and droner, and that's about it. Love my politics, like everyone here. We've been following these conflicts too closely. Let's face it, the only real toll here is the millions of innocent people who have all been displaced and the victims who have died in this war. You know, so my heart goes out to them. They're just the innocents. As with Palestine and Israel, look, we all know that the leaders of Hamas aren't sitting in the Gaza Strip. They're all somewhere in Dubai or Saudi Arabia or in the Emirates, you know, picking it back, maybe in Lebanon, maybe in Iran, who knows. But,
one second. Can we get Mad Lad a bit louder? Because I cannot hear it very well.
You still cannot hear. Okay.
Louise, you might want to put on some headphones. Do you have a headset you could put on or ear?
Yeah. I've got a headset.
I couldn't walk. I couldn't talk with them. I have to buy new or something. I don't know. It's something.
Dude, they're like $12. Go get some.
Yeah, China make also cheap. You know, buy some China one.
But anyhow, most people won't be using headphones to listen to this, so it's for everyone.
You know why? Always marketing.
Well, Mad Lad, I actually have an interesting. You said you're into drones and stuff, right?
Buy some
Plus
DPA
credits for the drop for the earbuds.
Wyatt, you gotta sell. You gotta start selling DPA branded headphones. Okay,
We'll all put them on. Yeah.
Because I'm actually exploring the merch things though. So if it happens, you can be sure they are made in China because they make it so cheap. There's no way I will buy it from anywhere else because it's so cheap. It's ridiculous. So but I'm exploring because the main thing is distribution. So the fulfillment is the main problem for merchandise. So because I can actually do like what other YouTubers do. Like they have all these custom merch creators, where you just order, they will just print on demand, but it's going to be very expensive for you guys. So the main reason why I haven't do much is because I don't want to waste your money, anyone's money, that is supporting DPA, because most of the money won't come to me if we are going to use all these custom merch producers. It's going to be very expensive. Like I went to check some of those.
Do you
so
know
expensive.
where
One
most of
shirt
your
is like
viewers are
30,
from?
40.
Do you know what
Sorry?
the analytics for most of your viewers are from?
Yes, it used to be a lot more from the United States, like 30%. Now it's like 20 plus.
Oh, okay. So
Which
it's
means
not
that my followers are getting more and more international.
Yeah.
Nice.
I asked that because there's a few.
He's got his.
Sorry, Ariel, go ahead.
To add to what Louis just said, we are maybe witnessing the conclusion of the Zionist plan about Israel. What I mean by Zionist, I mean people who want Israel without Palestine. Because you have Israelis who want to have a Palestine entities and kind of peace between them. But what we are looking at now is maybe the conclusion of the Zionist goals. Because now they will level to the ground Gaza Strip. Actually, the West Bank, more than 90% of the West Bank is already under the control of Israel or already colonized by settlers. So we might see that land finally colonized or under the control of the Israeli army. 90+% of the West Bank.
If I'm not wrong, they actually have 100% of the whole of Palestine. It's just that they gave up Gaza. I think 20 years ago, some years ago. So they used to have I think if I didn't remember wrongly, they used to have troops within Gaza, and then eventually they pull out entirely. So they used to have 100% of Palestine and Israel because of the war. They won the war. So which is why I always have this problem with the Palestinians, the Palestinian leaders, because you lost the war, you are the losers, and you lost 3 times. And still you are expecting to make demands, which makes no sense to me. And the Israeli are very nice that they continue to.
You call that nice?
Nice. No, because they continue to talk. Because
but they are it's hypocrisy. It's the hypocrisy, and because
since the Bronze Age, they are the original Jews are the Palestinians. The immigrant Jews, the diaspora Jews.
That's another topic, Luis.
We know that.
Luis, that's another topic. But if the Zionists
the question is that native peoples of the countries have rights. I mean, you cannot go to a country and say,
no, Luis, let me explain.
All these people.
Luis.
Nice is a relative term. It's like nice, like how we treated the Native Americans. They still exist.
All these people.
Louise, with all due respect,
they are all European.
Louise, with all due respect, it sounds like you're taking everything we say with no sarcasm whatsoever.
Well, I've been all the week absolutely depressed by this genocide and this. And
you're
this
not alone.
Louis,
please stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting me.
I am not in good humor.
Stop it.
It's that time when the Holocaust happens, and that is now.
Luis, this is another topic. What you have to understand this
is not another topic. This is what is happening
if
right
the
now
Zionists, no, please. If Zionists were so successful till today, it's because of really good reasons, and one of those reasons is because they have lobby influence in all Western countries who are backing them. you see here in Europe, you have politicians who talk about, yes, the Palestinians should have their own state. Also in United States, you heard that before. But in fact, their actions were always for the Zionists.
Yes,
They
this is
make
actually one of
everything so the Palestinians were not able to create their own state within the 67 agreement or decision by the United Nations. United States have done everything to that not happen. European countries have done everything to that not happen. And here is the result today. And the Palestinians, the only choice they have is what Hamas is doing. Because Fatah, which is controlling, more collaborating with the Israeli government, in the West Bank have decided to not use violence but political means to achieve the goal of their independence.
No, that's
the creation of their state.
Hamas won the last election in 2006.
And we see the result of the what the Fatah has decided to do by using diplomatic thingy to achieve their goal. Now 90% plus of West Bank is colonized and controlled by Israeli.
Let me clarify one thing. It's not that West Bank choose. Hamas won the elections in all Palestine, in Gaza and in West Bank. And they were excluded from the West Bank by a putsch by the former government of Fatah. Under Abu Abbas, who somehow is still alive, is extremely old, and with support of Israel. Instead, they move it out of Gaza. It's not a choice. It's not a choice they made. It's not that the West Bank Palestinians decided one thing and the other. They didn't. They have not been allowed to have elections since 2006.
Not allowed or
the choice is at individual level, at little community level, not at political level, because there is no democracy in Palestine, not in Gaza, not in West Bank.
No, there is no election, or they didn't hold election, or they deny the election. I think
they haven't held any elections in 2006.
I mean, this is
self-proclaimed president forever. For all practical purposes, Israel backs him. Nobody can overthrow him, and that's it. And he's like the king of the Bantustan.
Nobody can overthrow Hamas as well in the Gaza. It's the same.
I mean, name me one Arab country which is democratic.
Saudi Arabia,
France,
Lebanon, Algeria.
Oh, please.
Iraq, even the country, USA, so to say.
Please, I mean,
fantastic here.
No, you're right.
Maybe you have Tunisia. Maybe you have Tunisia. But Lebanon can't be labeled as a democratic country. I'm sorry.
Is Morocco a representative? Like, is it?
I think it's
a monarchy word, or is it an actual monarchy?
Actual monarchy. Same with Oman.
I think Egypt and Tunisia. Yeah.
Well, Egypt is
better
under military
democracy
control now.
than most of the countries in Europe.
And the problem of the Palestinians, it's the surrounding Arab countries. Not the people of those countries, but the state apparatus of all those different countries, especially Jordan and Egypt, who are working with Israelis. We just hear that the Egyptian intelligence services contacted the Israelis to warn them that Hamas was preparing something big. So they are collaborating.
Yeah, they are.
They are collaborating with them.
So you're telling me Hamas was working with the Russians so that the Russians could begin their counteroffensive into AVDIIVKA?
No, they were working with Lukashenko, Belarusia. It's even better story. Please.
Listen, let me
So
make a point
you
about
have
the
to
Arabs and
understand that
Egyptians here.
the king of Jordan, Abdullah, Al-Sisi from Egypt, they are all more interested in keeping the power against their own population because they are more afraid of their own population than helping the Palestinians or whatever. They don't care, in fact.
Of course,
Mhm.
they shouldn't. To me, any political leaders don't care about your own citizen and focus your priorities on other countries' citizen. There's something wrong with that leader.
Yeah.
So
Correct.
So
this
you,
is the
you say,
normal course of history with the Arab countries,
you
right?
say
I mean, look at
United
what they
States,
are.
United
You have
States. Sorry,
listen.
go ahead.
I'm sorry, Foz, but I just want to say on this topic about the Arab countries, right? You have to understand, right, how these Arab countries were created, right? They all used to be part, basically, of the Ottoman Empire. Even going back to Egypt was kind of the first breakaway, Western influence breakaway state from the Ottoman Empire, or more or less, right? All of these, I mean, Saudi Arabia was created because of the British looking for an ally against the Ottoman Empire. Iraq and Syria and Lebanon and Palestine were all, and Israel, actually, Palestine and Israel were both given the same land by the British, which was, quite a fun little trick. I mean, imagine being a realtor and having two different clients and selling the same house to two different clients. This is what the British did. And my point is, all of these Arab countries, okay, the Arabs have been ruled by the Persians and the Turks and the Mongols and the Central Asians and the Circassians, right? For a long time, for about 1,000 years, ever since the end of the Abbasid Caliphate. All right, almost all of the Muslim world has been under the control of either the Persians or the Turks primarily. Okay, the Arabs themselves have been ruled by these empires, and when these empires fell apart, okay, the Arabs were split up into a bunch of different countries. They don't have their own power center; they're just a bunch of different countries fighting each other. If you look at a population density map of the Middle East, you find that Israel is not some tiny little country in the middle of a bunch of big scary countries. You have you have Egypt far away across the Sinai Peninsula. Jordan has a very small population. Syria also has a fairly small population. Lebanon's even smaller than Israel. The population centers of Saudi Arabia are like 500 miles away from Israel as well. Okay, so the point that I'm trying to make is that the Arabs are very weak. They're very weak compared to the Jewish Zionist project of Israel. That's why Israel has won so far. Israel needs to be afraid of pissing off the Persians or the Turks. Those are the ones who can affect change in the region. The Arabs aren't going to do anything. Egypt, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, Saudi Arabia, and Iraq, right? None of these countries represent any kind of danger to Israel. It's only Turkey and Iran.
But what about if they work
you're
together? Because they never work together. What about if they work together?
They're different countries.
Or maybe that time we will be living in Wonderland.
But Israel
in Wonderland, in Disneyland,
one thing. They have the West
with the Little Mermaid, not
wait,
black but Arab Little Mermaid.
Let Wyatt needs to
in a hijab.
Carlos haven't been on open mic for a long time. He's actually living in Israel, in Haifa, right? Oh no, he jammed. I just want to introduce him. He
froze.
Oh my freaking God. So because he's a Spanish person living in Israel, so he would be able to give us some insight about the situation on the ground. But he froze. So sorry, you can go on to fight on.
Knives out, boys. Let's go.
Okay,
let's go.
As I was saying, what about if they team up? Because if they get together, they can beat Israel. But the thing is, Israel have the West. They have the United States. They have France.
Yeah. Israel made 2 wars against the Arabs. We were kind of united. And each time the Arabs bite the dust.
They were really united because some of these Arab countries were in the side of Israel via United States. So, but if they really team up, they can
mention that this was just after the independence of the Arab countries, so they were almost without.
Carlos, would you like to reintroduce yourself and tell us about what's going on in Israel?
He's so lagging so badly. He's like,
he's real pissed off,
Carlos,
can you hear us?
He said something.
I don't think he can hear us.
No.
That is the face of fear. If you could, if you hear us, they have a gun pointed to your head. Blink twice.
Carlos, please unmute your mic and talk.
Just go.
Carlos, por favor.
Get off and come back.
Activa tu micrófono, unmute.
Me gusta comer pene.
Hamas destroyed communication tower.
He's not understanding us. He's not
I don't. He looks like he's
Shalom.
not even hearing us.
Shalom alaikum.
He's probably watching
Oh,
another
right.
YouTube video.
¿Qué pasa, Carlos?
Carlos.
¿Qué pasa, hombre?
No, he's going to a better connection, guys.
He's taking us to the toilet with him.
No.
It's a music.
Hello,
It's
guys.
not
I'm living in the University of Haifa in the north of Israel, and my room is the shelter room. So basically, there's no Wi-Fi if I close the door, so I have to go basically to the living room, but no smoking in the living room. So
You can't live in the living room for too long if you're there strikes, dude. Get out of here. You gotta go hide.
Show us toilet paper.
Cigarettes,
How it looks like.
They actually have, in Israel, the toilet paper, they sell like fucking, it comes in 30 packs. It's not even like normal size. So yeah, we're prepared for anything that happens. There's an iron bomb battery in the university. So let's hope Nasrallah doesn't get funny ideas,
So
You guys
the
have
situation now over in Israel?
Can
you share a bit about the situation?
So let me go outside so I can talk a bit more loudly, because like otherwise I'm gonna wake up and flatmates. The dog's locked, man. Like extra security. Israel's the type of country that has like amazing technology for some things, but they cannot make Wi-Fi that reaches more than like 5 meters. It's a country I recommend everybody to visit this country, man. Literally, the difficult things, they make them possible. The easy things, they just fuck up. Like honestly,
What if I'm Arabian?
magical country.
Should I still come?
Yeah, you can come as long as you're not Iranian. It's okay.
I was going to say, visit while you can.
I got to head out, but I just had a quick question. I mean, if you could say, is there any truth to these deep raids where they're shooting in like around Bethlehem and places like that, or is that just people panicking because they hear shooting? I got a jet though. I'll be back in like a half hour.
No worries. It's probably like more like people panicking and stuff, but it is possible that there are small raids. Here in Haifa is very quiet, but we know that places close to the West Bank, they have had a lot of issues. The other day, a couple of days ago, all these things happened. I was in Prague actually when all of this happened. Came back. It was very difficult. 2 flights were canceled, and the point was the second we came back to Israel, we got back to Haifa, and we had an air raid siren. We all went to the shelter, and it was a cyber attack. So we really don't know what the hell is happening.
Gotcha.
So you were.
I also have to leave, just like Vaughn did. So I'd like to say, you guys have a good talk. But if you guys do end up talking about Ukraine or even the combat going on in Israel, Mad Lad, it seems like you might be an expert on drones, or at least maybe not even an expert. Like you might have a lot of information on it. You brought it up earlier. So I hope to be able to rewatch this and hear from you, man. Like I definitely want to hear stuff about how the drones are being utilized. But I gotta go, guys. Take it easy.
No problems. Have a good day.
Carlos,
Later,
so
dude.
you were in Czech Republic.
Yes, I was on a holiday.
You decide to go back to a war.
Yeah, of course.
What the
I
fuck?
studied national
What is
security.
it, man?
This is my time to learn.
What?
Haven't there been bombings in Haifa? I heard there were bombings in Haifa.
In 2006, there were a lot of attacks,
No,
and that's why the Iron Dome was actually created. No, there was yesterday around 1:30 in the morning. There was a drone that was shot down by some people say Iron Dome, others say Patriot. I don't think Patriot. We're gonna waste our Patriot on a drone. But in the north of Israel, like close to the border, yes, there have been like shelling but the army is there. They have self-propelled howitzers. They have a lot of equipment up there in the north.
Okay, I have a report and also one comment in one random YouTuber comment that said that I'm in Haifa and bombs fell here a few days ago.
Could be. I've been here since the 11th, and there was a rocket that felt relatively close, but it was not actual Haifa. It was maybe like, I don't know, 10, 15 kilometers from Haifa.
Correct.
And yes, we heard the booms.
Corroborate it. There's a R160 rocket from Hamas.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's very
That's
far away from
200-kilometer
Gaza.
range. It's like one of the long-range rockets that they have, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, but it's just one rocket, just one.
Another
Carlos, can you?
just if you are Israeli or living in Israel, is the rocket bombings going with the rocket bombings in 2006? It was arguably a decisive move by Hezbollah attacking the cities of Israel, which was unprecedented. Do people in Israel feel that somewhat the same with the rocket attacks against Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, Haifa even we mentioned?
So here in Haifa, the 2006 one, a lot of people remember it because, as I said, there was no Iron Dome. Now in Tel Aviv, people still feel safe. In Jerusalem, they're more worried about like shootings and like small attacks, basically. But here in Haifa, people are kind of relaxed because they think, look, it's a safe part. Nasrallah, people don't think Nasrallah is going to join. I believe he won't, but Iran might pressure him a lot to do it because it doesn't make any sense for Lebanon to join now. Like, I don't know, yes, a good time to strike, but also like Israel will go like, right now they're in panic mode. And if Lebanon joins, they will not aim. They will just start shooting everything. Like they will go, Russian style, just bomb anything in that direction.
Carlos, can you explain the difference between West Bank Palestinians and the Gaza Palestinians? Like some of these nuances that people are not understanding about Palestinians, because I find it like very disturbing because they are conflating everything in the world. Like in world media, even especially in the Muslim world, where a lot of Muslims don't really understand about Palestine. They just support for the sake of supporting. Like the difference between all these different terror groups, rebel groups, and the West Bank Palestinians, Gaza Palestinians. Can you share a bit more about the nuances about them?
Of course. So I mean, they're the same group of people, basically, same religion, but the government is very different. So in the West Bank, basically, they have like the successor of the Palestinian Liberation Organization, Fatah, now is the Palestinian Authority. But in Gaza, I think it was 2007, 2008, Hamas took over. I mean, they literally threw them out of the buildings. They took over and instead of being some sort of, I'm not saying the Palestinian Authority is good. It's still very corrupt. They haven't had elections since like 2005, 2006. And the reason why is because they believe Hamas might win. And Hamas has turned the Gaza into literally like an open-air prison, but also like they use, like, honestly, how can you fight people that they're shooting from schools, they hide weapons in mosques, the command center is under hospitals, and they don't care about civilians. The ones in the West Bank, yes, they have some terrorism, but it's, again, small attacks, small cells. It's not, they haven't like militarized it. And when they get money for aid and stuff like this, it gets stolen. But in Gaza, it gets used basically for rockets, for building tunnels. They use the concrete for tunnels. Use it to build buildings. What is wrong with them? Like, honestly, for the people in the West Bank, I have a lot of sympathy for them because the settlements, it's honestly, Israel is sleepwalking into a one-state solution, and it's a huge mistake to build settlements in the West Bank. But Gaza, they run it. It's like a terrorist camp. It's horrible.
But you are not.
No, you collect
Israel
what you sow.
Was occupying Gaza and pull it out completely. So
I mean, you have 2.3 million people.
Even Netanyahu has said in Twitter, I've seen it today. It's probably not tweet, but it's Netanyahu clearly, that keeping Gaza under Hamas is part of their strategy to keep the West Bank isolated and weak. So it's more complicated than just blaming Hamas, I think.
Carlos.
It's a lot of pan-Palestinian or pan-Israeli politics going on here that is designed to impede democracy in Palestine, to make sure that there is no settlement because Hamas are very radical. Hamas are very fanatic in a way. They are far right or strong. I don't know if moderate or far right, but right wing religious, and they don't want a permanent deal unless it is United States.
Why everyone is
Carlos, you have 2.3 million people living in a very small land, one of the highest concentration of population in the world, with water and electricity coming from Israel, where everything that goes in and that goes out is controlled by Israel. I mean, the only solution for them, because political solution and diplomatic solution is no-go for Palestinians for many reasons, the only solution they have is what? Remember, those guys are Arabs, and people from the Middle East have, how to say, I mean, the Egyptians 50 years ago were very, very sadistic to not claim back Gaza Strip, yeah, and to say, yeah, here it is. I don't want Gaza Strip.
There is a reason why nobody wants to deal with the Palestinians. Egypt didn't want to. Jordan kicked them out. They destabilized Lebanon. Like they have been very conflictive because they've always been claiming all the land for themselves. They don't want a Jewish state. The Jewish, even in 1939 with the Peel Commission, they offered them a peanut of what they have.
I mean, why creating a Jewish state there in the first place?
Why would they accept a which is a racist state that discriminated against Palestinians because of?
Why not creating a Jewish state in United States? You have plenty of place there.
That's a religion. I mean, in 1948. After the Holocaust, which was a push of a lot of people to Palestine, there was only 30% of the population of Palestine was Jewish. And the United Nations, which was then dominated by Europe and the Americas, gave them more than 50% of the country, just because, against the advisory commission made by India, Yugoslavia, and Cuba, which said that there should be no partition because it was a bad idea, because all those people had just arrived and what the fuck. And they gave them more than 50%, including vast areas like the Negev and even Galilee and so on, which were not Jewish majority. Most of Jews were living in Tel Aviv or nearby areas, or some scattered settlements in Jerusalem, also in the north, but there was only one district in all Palestine that was Jewish majority. That was Jaffa, then called, and now is Tel Aviv. And they gave them 50+%. And after the war, they got 2/3 of the country, which is what we now call Israel, from the Green Line to the sea. And how are the Palestinians going to agree with that?
I'm surprised with Luis. You know, you surprised me. You're defending a Muslim country. Wow.
I don't fucking care the religion. I fucking care about rights, human rights. and I don't know why I surprised you.
Louis, the only human right.
For example, living in Syria. Where are the Jews in Iran? Where are the Jews from Algeria? Where are they? They've been persecuted. That's why they had to create their own state.
The Jews in Iran are mostly in Iran, and they are not being persecuted, fortunately.
Yeah, because
they sometimes have double nationality, and they travel between Israel and Iran. That's
there is a lot in Tunisia.
And they have no problem in Iran. I've seen a lot of, at least some interviews with Iranian Jews, and they say they are fine in Iran, and they prefer Iran than Israel.
So which country in the world has more Jews?
I don't know who would rather, but again, there's people for everything.
There's only one human right, okay? And it's the right of the conqueror. Okay, it's a little bit more extreme than I actually believe. But the fact of the matter is, if you look at the history of the land called Judea or Israel or Palestine, it was taken by the Christians. It was taken by the Muslims from the Christians. It was taken by the Christians back from the Muslims. It was taken by the Muslims back from the Christians. It was taken by the Christians back from the Muslims.
Same people,
And
the
then-
Palestinians, who are the ancient Jews, and the
then the
ancient
Christians-
Canaanites have been there since the Bronze Age.
But Louis, it doesn't
same
matter.
people.
Louis, it doesn't matter because during the Bronze Age, Spain was populated by Celts, right? And then it became populated by
Not
Visigoths
really.
and all the rest.
The Bronze Age is not.
Well, look, Louis, if you're gonna talk about the people who were there since the Bronze Age as though that matters, then we have to look at everywhere in the world, okay? And I'm a little biased.
No, what I mean is that in spite of the massacres, for example, the Crusaders massacred all the people in Jerusalem. The general population of the area have remained the same, more or less the same. The Christians did not conquer except in the Crusades, but they did not alter the population substantively. The Muslims conquered, they Arabized, they Islamized, but they did not substantively alter the population. And now we're having something very different, very modern, very unusual, very unprecedented, which is people comes from mostly Europe or the United States.
Let's talk about Ukraine. Let's talk about Ukraine.
That's basically United States, right? You I don't think this is you cannot use this kind of moral ethics to put into it's like United States is
morals is important,
but it's not just the United States
because they have the moral up and ground against Ukraine. The same reason, and that's why Palestine will survive this, hopefully. Or as they say, Salah.
This is a rule for every country in the world. Most of Eastern Europe was depopulated severely in the Middle Ages, and it was repopulated by the Russian Empire, right? It was the Pale of Settlement and all this kind of thing. There's been a lot of motion of people by empires around the world. Like if you look at the motions of populations after World War II in Europe, that was huge. I mean, look, this is not totally unprecedented. There have definitely been population. I mean, why do you think the Hungarians are in Europe? How does that happen? You know what I'm saying?
The Hungarians speak Hungarian, but they are not genetically related to the other Finno-Ugric peoples of West Siberia.
Yes, of course, because it's been centuries.
The Turks speak Turkic, but they are not genetically related or almost not genetically related to the peoples of Central Asia who are the original Turks.
And if the Israelis
people
win,
have changed their language. People have changed their beliefs. But they have not changed in general that much. That changed in the modern era, in the industrial era. That happened in Americas first, in other places, because a lot more people existed, a lot more people was moved much faster from one here to there, and a lot more people were displaced from the countryside, even. But that's a modern thing. Sorry, go ahead.
Luis, so can I confirm you are against the African and Arab immigration into Europe? Can I confirm that?
No, I'm not against people migrating here or there. What I'm saying is that if you migrate to some place, you have to respect the locals, and you have to more or less adopt their customs, and you have to more or less blend with them, as they say in Spanish. Where you go, do as you see. Of course, it's complicated. Is a bit different, right? It's complicated, but obviously you cannot go to a country and rob the natives from the land. You cannot do that and claim to have a moral higher ground.
No. The robbing happened almost 100 years ago. So that is the robbing part. The immigration part that you say that all the different Jews from all the different European countries all coming, those are after the robbing. They just reached there and they just migrating. Then they were attacked, and then we started the Israel-Arab war, and then there was a defensive war. They push out and then they conquer more land because it's a war. And then you have the 6-Day War, which conquered even more land. They conquered the Sinai Peninsula, and then you have the Yom Kippur War. Then again, they conquer even more land within Palestine because this just war.
And you know what? And you know why the Arabs lost in these 3 wars? Because the Arabs are not very good at war. The Arabs won one time. They won bigger than pretty much anybody ever did. But after that, it's all been Turks and Persians running the show. Okay, this is my point. In all the wars that Israel's fought, they've never fought Turkey. They've never fought Iran. They've only fought the Arabs. The Arabs are too weak, and that's why Israel exists. It's as simple as that. I don't think that we need to talk so much about which side is more evil than the other side.
I'm gonna say this again. The only reason Israel beat the Arabs before is because the way United States get involved with these Arab countries.
That was much later. You have so many different reasons why the Arabs lost against Israel in the past. There is not just one reason. Because Arab countries, you have to analyze how they are organized. I mean, their military, how they are organized, the army, how they are trained, versus what Israel was. For sure, Israeli will beat the Arabs because of the military structure and the society structure of the Arab world.
So I want to add.
Look,
those days where
basically part of my thesis. Oh, sorry.
So I just want to add, we have to look at the wider geopolitical situation at the end of the Ottoman Empire. So even during the Ottoman Empire, there is already infighting within the different tribes and everything within the Middle East area. And when the Israeli moved into Palestine, or the formation of Israel, all this region around Middle East is still in flux. There is still a lot of fighting going on between the Kuwaits, the Saudis, the Yemenis. They are all fighting. It is not a stable region. Israelis fighting the Palestinians is just part of yet another bigger geopolitical upheaval in that region. It's just that happened that they are white, and then everybody just looking at them. The Arabs kill each other is perfectly fine. It's just like every other Muslim versus non-Muslim war is the same. When the Muslim fight the Muslim, nobody give a damn. When the Muslim fight the non-Muslim, people, this is anti-Islamic, whatever. It has always been like this. If you look at the history during those days, it's a fucking mess in Middle East, which is why the British can do whatever they want. They can cut it whatever they want, and we are left with whatever it is today, which is a freaking mess because they cut it in a way that is deliberately causing problem. Like Syria shouldn't be a country in that form. There should be a Kurdistan, and then maybe Iraq should be a half the country. I'm not even sure Kuwait should exist. As an Emirates on its own. It's like it's all the different things, and it's very, very complicated. Is really coming. It's just because they look different, and then it's unfortunate
because they know from there. The reason they look different is because they know from there.
Not only that, you have to understand. You have to look at the North Korean stance. North Korea is one.
Oh, you see, he got censored. You cannot talk about North Korea.
I'm going to continue with what we were talking about before. The Arab wars. You have to look at how the society is structured, and the Arab society is very hierarchical. So when the Arabs have been in conflicts with very clear plans, like for example, Yom Kippur, the opening stage of Yom Kippur, they surprised Israel by using water cannons to break through the barriers. They were waiting for them with Soviet-trained anti-tank teams, and even in some of the air battles, the Soviet-like trainers did worse than the Arab pilots when they were told the Arab pilots do whatever you want to do. So in some cases, the Arabs can do really well. But the problem is the second they have to improvise, everything crumbles because the society is not based on improvisation. Everything is very hierarchical and like this. Israel is the opposite. In Israel, if you tell someone to do A, they'll do B. Like it's everything. They thrive in chaos. And most of the wars Israel's fought is improvisation. And this is why Israel has been able to beat the Arabs repeatedly. But at the same time, as someone said before, Israel has always won their wars because they only fought Arabs. If they were fighting the Iranians, if they were fighting European powers, Asian powers, it would have been very different.
Agree. That I agree.
Yeah,
because
but
it's like if you look at the
technological question too, right?
Ideological. No, so in the Yom Kippur War, it's very, very interesting. So the Egyptians actually have the most advanced Soviet weaponry, which is why in the early parts of the Yom Kippur War, the Egyptians won the battles. But the problem is the moment the Egyptian forces move out of the protective dome of the surface-to-air missiles, that's when the Israeli Air Force hammered them. and that is not saying that the Israeli did not lose a lot of planes. They lost a lot of planes flying into the SAM protection dome, and then they all got shot down. And the Soviet missiles were very, very effective. So no, they fought with good weapons and they still lost. They almost lost the entire state. Egypt have a Israel have a clear path to Cairo with no one defending 100 kilometers, and then they can conquer the capital. And it was stopped because I think United States helped to stop, to not collapse the Egyptian country. And even in the end,
I don't think that was the reason. I think the Egypt would come back to them. They had a chance because they knew there was nothing to lose. We already lost, so why giving up? Yeah, why giving up now?
Someone said in the comments saying that Arabs cannot fight is racist. I wanted to mention something about that because actually Arabs have been fighting in our history. I mean, all the Muslim expansion was Arab-centric, and in the past, historically, they have been very good. But at some point, they lost the technological. I don't know what is the word, but
the Romans used to be very good at fighting too. I mean, I don't think that the Italians are very worthy successors.
For example, compare the Romans of ancient to the Italians of Mussolini, who were universally considered cowards and useless.
And look at the Greeks too.
The soldiers were not considered cowards; their officers were incompetent.
In Spain, at least, the Italians were considered cowards, and there is one reason, because they were. And I'm descendant of an Italian who came to Spain with the fascists. Mind you, my grandfather came here with the fascists, but he was a true volunteer. He was a physician. I think he didn't participate in the war, but most of the Italians who came to Spain with the fascists, 70,000, which is a huge army. They were convicts, basically ex-convicts brought from the prisons in exchange of pardon. So they didn't have any motivation to fight. When they were bombed, they ran out, and there are even songs from that period which laugh at Italians. And also they were not performing well. For example, in Greece, I lost. Well, my family lost two relatives in Albania in the war with Greece. And for what I know of that war, it was a total disaster for Italy. And if Germany wouldn't have intervened, there was.
The issue is the problems Italy had were outdated, like industrial equipment, so their machinery couldn't really make good enough military equipment. And second, the officers were incompetent, because a problem with fascist regimes is that most of the cases they're appointed due to loyalty, which also happens in many Arab states, not because of performance. The case of Franco was an exception because most of the commanders were from Africa, where they had fought in different conditions. So it's not a problem of the individual soldier, it's a problem of how the society is structured and how the hierarchy is. In Israel, for example, you cannot be a career officer like you can, for example, in Russia or in many other armies. You have to be picked as soldier. Okay, take it with a pinch of salt. I've spoken with a lot of people here, a lot of students are in the military. And when I told them, oh, you're an officer, so you're like the best of the soldiers, they said, well, being the tallest of a group of midgets is not very difficult.
I don't want to come back.
Meritocracy like Wagner. Military meritocracy, like people is rising in the ranks almost by acclamation by the rank and file.
Yeah, and so every officer has been in the trench, like in Wagner, like in Franco's Army of Africa, and like in the Israeli army. Armies that won their battles at high cost, but they won them.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, so that makes
you have meritocracy, which you don't find in Arab countries. There is no meritocracy in Arab countries.
Especially in the Gulf countries and Saudi Arabia. I mean, their whole societies, you're talking about societal organization and the officer corps here, right? I mean, the officers are kind of a reflection of the societal organization, right? If you look at the organization of the Arab countries and the Gulf countries, it's like 80%, South Asian men, because those are the workers, and they just are living on the dole from the government. the actual Arabs. You think that the migrant workers are going to fight for Qatar or Saudi Arabia? Not a chance, right? So it's a very weak system. And that's kind of the case with all the Arab countries. They're all sort of weak, right? If you look at Iraq and Syria have totally fallen apart. Same with Lebanon. Egypt is the only one that has sort of a chance, but they have a lot of geographical problems, right? They're just too vulnerable. They're all everything is located on this one little river. So
I think Egypt has the advantage because they are secular. They are a bit more secular than religious. I think that is the main advantage of Egypt. I think that's the reason why they have sort of outperformed in terms of comparing to the Arab. Of course, it's still not at the level of what Israel or the
Egypt is big. Egypt is big compared with any other Arab country. It's comparable to Turkey or to Iran. It's 80 million people or something like that. The problem with Egypt is that it has been probably since the time of the last pharaohs a province of other countries. Even when it was the capital, it was the capital of empires that only accidentally had the capital in Egypt. It has not truly developed its new nationality with the early, who was the guy who ruled Egypt in the first war against Israel? Anwar Sadat maybe, or no, the other Nasser. With that guy, there was some pulse to build nationality, but it's weak. Nowadays, Egypt is a satellite of the USA. It's one of the most, the military, specifically the military of Israel, is one of the most subsidized of the world by the USA. After Israel, and a few years ago, I don't know how is it right now, around the same level of Colombia.
It is. Sorry to interrupt, but it is very subsidized by the US. But to all the people that say, oh, Israel can only win because of American support, they ignore that the first 20 years they didn't have any American support. And also today, Saudi Arabia, for example, the best military equipment money can buy. They lost to fucking Yemen. They needed to get like mercenaries to actually make some ground. They lost an F-15
I didn't mean that.
a country with no air force or
it's true that Israel is massively subsidized by the USA, specifically military.
It's subsidized, but it comes with a catch because they get like almost $4 billion a year. Again, their budget is like 40, so it's 10% subsidy, but it comes with a catch that they can only buy from the US unless the US doesn't make what they want to buy. So, for example, diesel submarines, they buy them from Germany because America only makes nuclear power submarines. So it's a subsidy, but America also gains a lot from Israel by training and some of the technologies like the Iron Dome, Popeye missiles. They have a lot of stuff.
So just to add on, in the 6-day war, Israel is not the American-sponsored country yet. In fact, I think they even sunk a U.S. ship. If I didn't remember,
the USS Liberty.
And most of the equipment is French, if I'm not wrong. So it's not necessarily true. It's still, I think it still comes back to the way how the army culture, how they train, Singapore army is trained by the Israeli. It's designed and formed with the help of the Israeli instructors, and basically we have very similar stuff, with how Israel operates. So I kind of can understand, but we are nowhere close to Israelis' level of competence because they are constantly at war, and we are not. We are just watching TV.
Angolan
sitting here,
Angolan special force are trained by the Israeli as well.
There is a super chat. No, it's true. Oil of some countries, not all Arab countries have oil. I was going to mention previously Morocco and West Sahara, which is also a war, and a war in which Arabs are fighting very strongly. Just everything in and the Morocco is basically holding much because it has a lot of foreign support by Israel. For example, Israel threatened Algeria when Algeria was about to enter the war. By Turkey probably, and by the USA, not so much by France right now, but by the USA. And that's why Morocco is holding, because otherwise I really think the Sahrawis are fighting tremendously well. Every night they bomb the berm. Every night they kill Moroccan soldiers. There are a lot of casualties in the Moroccan army, but they hold. somehow, because they have the technology, they have the numbers, they have the drones.
I need to check it out, man.
I
wasn't aware of the.
You guys always say
I can tell you
guys always talking about technology. Remember when Ukraine started being trained by NATO? Everyone was like, "Oh, Russia is done because it's."
It wasn't like that. At this time, I thought Russia is an active army.
Guess what happened?
Ukraine is
Russia don't have that technology, and they fucking Ukrainians like.
Sorry to interrupt, but wasn't Bound, the one that months, if not years ago, said one day that how are we gonna teach them? What authority do we have to train these people? Because they're gonna be fighting a war that we don't fight. When's the last time the West fought a war without air superiority? Probably World War I. And the tactics, what we train them doesn't really apply to them.
I think this is actually a good point. It reminds me of something that I was, tweeting or something, or talk to someone. We have been watching the Ukraine war for so long, for 1.5 years, almost 2 years. We totally forgot how the West fight. So when the Israelis started bombing, everybody was shocked. We're like, oh, how can they do this? But the Americans, that's how the Americans fight all the time. No, but we forgot because we have been watching Ukraine war for too long, for intensively for the 1.5 years. I think most of the world is, and they forgot how brutal a Western style military action is. It's basically bomb the hell out of everything, and then you start the ground battle. And we are not even seeing the ground battle just yet. They're still bombing, and that actually reflects very starkly with the way how the Russians have been acting in Ukraine, because Russia never went into this kind of a crazy level of bombing. I read one of the headlines. They say Israel in 6 days dropped as many bombs as United States in Afghanistan in 1 year. So it's the level of bombing is, I don't even think the Russians bombed that much.
Nope.
But Russia is being exquisite, not bombing civilians. They are bombing.
That's what the Israelis say.
And that's not something we can say of Israel.
Luis,
the United States.
Welcome in Israel. You know that. Welcome there. Please never go there.
Luis prefer one propaganda over the other. I don't know.
It's not propaganda. It's people dying right now. Babies being killed. That's it. That's what's happening. They are dying by the bombs. They are dying of thirst. It's not just propaganda. It's about people dying.
You guys always call everyone left. Everyone's left.
This to me is like the Holocaust. If you were before the Holocaust and you were watching it on the internet because for some reason it wasn't at the event, could you really take the side of the Nazis because they win wars, for example, or something like that? I mean, this is very serious. 2.3 billion people can be wiped out of the earth in these days. This is very serious. And human rights are not. It's a charter. It's not based on violence. It's based on rights.
But the Ukrainian supporters will disagree with you. You see, the Ukrainian supporters will say that the Russians did exactly the same thing. So that's why I say it depends on where you want to stand.
The Ukrainians can't show thousands or hundreds of children dead. They can't show them. That's the main difference.
Oh, trust me, it's coming now.
And talking about meritocracy, the lack of meritocracy in the Arab world, here in Europe, and also here in Europe and also in United States, you have also a diminishing of meritocracy. More and more people are getting their position because they are gays, because they are transgender, because they are part of a group. It's not, you have a diminishing of meritocracy in the West also.
No, but
the result is the war in Ukraine.
That's a question that you say. I mean, African Americans, for example. African Americans are discriminated historically and they need a push to get at the same level. That's positive discrimination and it's not necessarily bad. We can discuss a lot about that, but we will get out of every topic we want actually to discuss.
Yeah. That's a black hole topic. We just go into it. Never come out.
An African American hole, actually. Thank you, Wyatt.
Yeah, that's a dangerous hole to go in, Like,
Yeah. It's like Compton or something.
Israel wages war.
I'm African. I'm not American, so
No,
that's
so
got nothing
okay,
to do with me.
Oh, Vaj, you're an
Actually, just-
African American English, right?
Fuck that. I'm African. That's it.
So this war also, this Israeli war actually created a very, very serious problem with narrative. I heard there's a divide now with NAFO, with the North American Fellows Organization, because one side stands with Israel, one side stands with Palestine, and then not just that, Zelensky stands with Ukraine, stands with Israel, and then that actually, and the statement that he put out is very, very strongly supports Israel, and to the point where I even got surprised because Israel is basically doing what the Ukrainians accuse the Russians of doing, and it's like, no, these two wars doesn't match very well. It just breaks everything.
Zelensky has to support his country. There's nothing strange about this. Everybody supports their own country.
I mean, there's been numerous examples over the last week. Like I think Max Blumenthal went to the State Department briefing and brought up some statements made previously by the State Department that were completely contradictory to statements they're making now. So, I mean, 2 months ago, Viva Palestine. Today, oh, the horrible terrorists. Tomorrow, why is Israeli bombing civilians? I mean, it's the same shit all the time with them. I mean, that's what it's just like the dead baby stories and stuff. There's just people trying to stir shit up.
But look, here talking to a lot of military people, they always say the same thing. If Hamas was fighting Russia, there would be no longer Gaza Strip. They were in less than 24 hours. They would have flattened everything: Graz, TOS-1s, Tupolev, everything. Israel is still texting these people to get out. Israel is dropping leaflets. He's telling them, "Look, get out of here. We're gonna bomb here." He's still warning.
Where are they going
Israel
to
has dropped
Israel doesn't
numbers are like Israel has dropped over 7,000 bombs.
Israel doesn't allow them in Israel. Where are they
I don't mean to be rude, guys, but like Carlos,
it is not opening the border. Where are they?
Carlos, like literally dropping leaflets on a community to tell them they're going to be bombed. Like, how stupid. Like, they're running outside to grab the leaflets. They're being bombed, mate. You know what I mean? Like, if the mailman knocks on their door, Carlos, they're not going out there. It's probably the Israeli defenses about to kick their door in Palestine. So I don't know how you think dropping leaflets from the sky helps.
It's very valid. The leaflets are not the only thing. Now they've been dropping roof knockers.
Finally, we have
they've been warning them. Like Israel, no army has done to prevent civilian casualties as much as Israel.
Carlos, is there any chance that Netanyahu will negotiate with Hamas? Because that's the only exit other than genocide.
And there you can see the double standard about the United Nations rules and the so-called human rights rules, which apply for some and does not apply for others. And the entire world are witnessing that double standards. Again, in one side you have Russia. Oh, they are making genocide. The word genocide was used against Russia. And then you see what happened now with Israel and Palestine. Israel has the right of self-defense.
It's very simple. I was just about to say that, the anti-fascist side, but for different reasons. Carlos,
a Spanish Israeli,
you have a Spanish surname?
A Spanish Palestinian. Wow.
You're from Spain or from Latin America?
No, I'm from Spain, from Madrid. I'm just studying here. I'm not Jewish. Yeah, but I'm studying here national security.
You are not Jewish. You are not Israeli then.
No. No, I'm
Okay.
Spanish, but not really religious, but technically Christian. But yeah.
Yes, okay, whatever. I just was wondering because there are not many Jews in Spain. Maybe you were from Latin America somewhere or whatever.
No, it's okay.
Luis just realized he was at someone who is not Israeli.
Maybe in the opposite side.
Now they're friends.
With Durruti.
I still can't believe Carlos went to a war. He was out and came back.
I was out. I went back. Look, it's my time to learn. This is my time. My thesis is about this. My thesis was literally. You know what the title of my thesis is? Before the war, suffering from success, because the Israeli military got so good, they're not fighting armies anymore. Now they're fighting these people. They hide against civilians. Like, how are you gonna use an F-15 that can carry 10 tons of explosives against people hiding in buildings? You can only do the Russian way and destroy everything.
This is actually a very good point because in war there's always a counter to every weapon system. Every weapon system has a counter. You just have to be creative enough, right? I mean, just think about aircraft, right? You have aircraft that and then you had a guy, the pilot was just holding a gun and shooting the other aircraft. That's how it started. Then you put a gun on the aircraft, and then they have missiles to go after these aircraft with guns, and then they have stealth aircraft to dodge the missiles. I mean, it's and every single tactic has a counter. So this tactic of using the bombers, now the only play that the Palestinians can make against this, because they can't get S-400s, the only play that they can get against this is to win the information battle by putting the civilians in front of the fighters. This is just a tactic just like any other. I mean, Genghis Khan used to lob the severed heads of disease-ridden people into the walls of the cities he was trying to breach. Right, Tamerlane used to go and make pyramids of skulls in the middle of towns that he had genocided. Right, I mean, this is war, man. Right? Are we going to be upset about every single war that ever happens? This is the thing. I don't like all this pearl clutching about war. Okay, because the thing is, if everybody is so angry that 40 babies, listen, because it's not about the 21st century.
Yes, we are in the 21st century.
No, let me finish my point.
Difference.
Yemen and Ethiopia were in the 21st century, and I'll tell you what, even DPA doesn't really talk about Yemen and Ethiopia. Okay, you see what I'm saying? We don't give a fuck, but you do to some degree, but like you don't cover it every day. You know what I mean? It's like, how can we be so mad?
People don't even care about Niger anymore.
Well, exactly. How can we be so upset about Israel? How can we be so upset about Ukraine and not be upset about Yemen and not be upset about Ethiopia? And not just that, right? If people are so upset that 40 babies got killed, okay, every single day
I was really upset about the Yemen war and what the Saudis have done there. You know,
you were.
The difference is we don't have the information.
Yeah, of course.
Problem is we don't have the information. You had to look after Houthis videos or listen to Houthis news channel, and you have to understand a bit Arabic or looking at Lebanese media or Iranian media. We were close to Houthis to see real things there. Otherwise, it was total blackout of the media. But there in Israel and Palestine, you have the entire world watching it. Same as for Russia and Ukraine, you have the entire world watching it.
If there was a genuine desire for people to get information about Ethiopia or about Yemen, then there would be a lot more reporting happening there. But the thing is, people don't really care that much. It doesn't support anybody's interest in the big players.
No, but
they really care about it. That's the reality.
It's the bias of content creators, because I think people would watch that stuff is produced, and they don't have maybe that much interest, but they have the curiosity. What's going on in Ethiopia? What happens with Tigray? Is there a genocide? Is there a war? Still, nobody's talking about that. What's going on? I really don't know. I mean, it's not in the media. It's not anywhere. But I know that the war is active.
Super chat.
Sorry.
The geopolitics is very complex. Perfect for Russia to unite the Arab countries and Iran. Can it split the West on who to support? I don't think so. I just want to say
not a chance.
Iran may do that somehow. I don't know. There is
because even actually the Arab states, even among the Arab countries, they are split because there are Arab countries that are actually now siding with Israel more because ultimately they are also pissed off with Palestine. I want to highlight this because the Arab countries really want peace. They really want normalization. They just want to trade. Take all the oil running out. They want to get on to the next level of industry. And that's why everybody sign on to the Abraham Accord. They want to make friends with Israel. Palestine is the problem. They cannot get away from Palestine. Palestine will always be the stumbling block. And mosquito, then freaking hell. This is a big one.
I thought Singapore was the perfect country.
Yeah, freaking hell. So which is why I personally also think that, because my hypothesis is that Israel allowed this to happen so that they can do certain operations. So if that's the case, I also believe that certain Arab countries are already informed beforehand, like Saudi Arabia. I think they already know. Because don't you think the Arab countries are a bit too calm?
Yes,
They're all very calm.
I follow an issue very much related to this in 2017. There was this, it was reported on June 2017, on the 24th, in Middle East Monitor, that a Saudi dissident called bin Farhan al-Saud, I remember because I've been checking it this week again. He said that the strongman of Saudi Arabia, bin Salman, is Netanyahu and Trump, and apparently Al-Sisi, he didn't mention him, but it's implicit in the events that followed, had agreed to the total genocide of Gaza. They would be forced, as is happening now, to move into Egypt, where Saudi Arabia would finance the refugee camps or new settlements or whatever you want to call them. The reason bin Salman agreed to that in these revelations was that he needed the US support to consolidate his power in Saudi Arabia. Two things. 3 days after this article, Egypt, just out of the blue, ceded 2 islands to Saudi Arabia, which made the Gulf of Aqaba, which is the southern access to Israel, international waters. Previously, the strait was controlled by Egypt. And then in October, bin Salman made you may remember, his terrible purge among oligarchs, which baited them with the AI robot Sophia. And he accused all of them of corruption, maybe have some of them killed, kidnapped the Lebanese president Hariri. It was massive. I don't know if you remember, but it happened in October 2017. And so far, it fit the narration of bin Farhan, the genocide and the ethnic cleansing of Gaza, and the goal was to construct a new canal between Gaza and Eilat, which is why the issue of the islands is important on the Gulf of Aqaba. And that I followed that in the time. I thought the Gaza genocide was going to happen then. It never happened for some reason, I don't know. But I think that's what is happening now. I mean, that's why they let this Hamas attack happen, and then smeared them with blood libels about beheaded babies, which are totally false. And now they are doing everything to push the Gazans to Egypt. Egypt is pretending reluctance, but probably will let them go eventually. I don't know.
Wyatt,
Yes.
this time
Yes.
it's so big. It's so big what happened between Israel and Palestine that what the other.
I thought you were talking about mosquito.
What the other? Because you are so big and the mosquito is so tiny. I mean, don't be afraid.
I'm paranoid.
Just destroy it.
It's like Israel.
The difference this time.
I'm Israel. That's
so
Hamas.
big.
The Hamas flying around.
It's
very
so
irritating.
big. It's so big that it will certainly have repercussion inside each Arab countries that doesn't stand firmly with the Palestinians. I mean, actually, Al-Sisi in Egypt is sweating because now he has more than 100 million people living in Egypt.
Interesting
And
comment.
all he is doing is to keep his power. In Jordan, the King Abdullah is siding with US, is helping United States with military base so they can help Israel. And you have so many Palestinians
Yeah, but
living
the
in
people
Jordan.
in Jordan is not with the government or prince or whatever or king. I
And
don't know
so that's
what
why
kind of
I'm
thing they have.
saying those countries might face internal big issues.
Yeah.
Also,
One interesting comment in that I just caught my eyes. The verse said, "Isn't it racist to ask the Palestinians to move to Egypt just because they are Arab? Isn't it like asking the Singaporeans to move to China just because they are Chinese?"
Yeah, that's what China asked us to do.
What do you think if Malaysia comes and throw you out to China?
Not possible. We throw them out.
No possible. But if they do somehow.
The reality is Gaza was originally Egypt. The thing is they have already like the main problem.
No, originally not. Gaza was part of
it wasn't.
The West Bank.
So
What we now call Israel.
Okay, I put it in a different way. So what does people actually care about? Do you care about the people or do you care about the land? That is the main problem I have. If you see, everyone's focus is on the line in the sand. Everybody's focusing on the border. But then they cry about the atrocities. They cry about the people who died, the baby who died, the children who died. But there is practical solutions. If you really want to save these people and you really think that the Israeli are the evil people, you should save them and pull them out and let them live in your country to have a better life. But you see, you shake your head because you care more about the border.
Because that's not the practical solution.
We outsiders, we care about the people.
Palestine, where everybody who is living there can live together and who has been living there in the past, because there are refugees outside that have the right to return, can live together under a secular democratic government, a modern state in which ethnicity doesn't matter, in which religion doesn't matter, in which people can live in Arabic and English, if it is the case.
Yes, Luis, thank you.
Wyatt, your point.
Wyatt, you have a problem with that point of view, is that Egypt refused to accept Palestinians from Gaza.
Why? Because whatever they have done in Jordan has created a bad blood between every Arab country to the Palestinians.
What they have done
so the Gazaris has nowhere to go.
Anything there. The United States.
So the people from Gaza have nowhere to go. Simple as that.
Yeah. So because you see, that's why I say that's where the hypocrisy is.
But people shouldn't be forced to leave their land. These people in Gaza have been forced to leave what is now Israel, mostly from the area of Tel Aviv, Ascalon, and so on.
No, I disagree.
Yes.
Wyatt.
The or direct people who were pushed there in 1948. That's it.
It's not about the.
They didn't grow out of the floor. They were pushed at some point.
Stop. The thing is, you are still talking about the land. You're talking about the history. You're not talking about people.
Wyatt, you're wrong. Wyatt, you're wrong. This is why you're wrong, Wyatt. Let me respond on this. Let me respond on this because Wyatt, your problem. You're saying that we should care about the people, not the land. But which people? Okay, you could make this exact same argument against the Israelis. Why don't they just go away and go live somewhere else? There's plenty of countries that accept Jews. So the thing is, it's not about
a solution.
Israelis have a lot of places to go. Spain is getting every Jew who claims to be of Spanish origin. They get nationality. The United States will get them in. Everybody will get them in. Germany will get them in.
They can fuck off to Russia. There is a city.
So you see,
pressure for them.
So you see, let's say we assume that okay, we want them to stay in their land. So what's the solution? Are you going to send your army in to help, or are you expecting them to fight their own battle? It's simple as that.
That's another topic.
If you're going to treat them,
you can't talk about people without talking about land.
Yeah. So let's say the land is also important. The people must stay in their land.
Connected.
Okay?
Both are connected.
So how much do you care about it? You see, how much does the Muslim world care about it? Are you going to launch a full jihad to the end of time until Palestine?
People is marching to the border of in Jordan to demanding to enter Palestine to join the fight. People is marching to the border in Lebanon demanding to enter the fight. The people in the Arab world
please, Luis, don't be
wanting
emotional.
to fight Israel. Is the governments and the armies and the pampered armies subsidized by the USA and other Western countries, the ones holding those people out. The people of the Arab world is massively against Israel, or especially in this situation of Holocaust, of genocide.
Wait. So that's why I say the Muslim world, okay, the whole Muslim world, they care about the Palestinians, okay? Why is there not an eternal jihad against Israel? Like for real, fight to the end.
It just started. Wyatt, it just started. It was today. It was today or yesterday. The biggest mosque in Tunisia made a fatwa. It just started.
What happened? The Indonesians are not going to reach there. It's too far away.
But Indonesians don't matter.
Maybe.
Too far away. It's about Egypt. It's about
you guys are not hearing
Iraq. It's about Syria, Jordan,
we will
Lebanon.
have to see in the coming weeks and months.
No.
If
So
that fatwa has any reach in the Muslim world or not.
No, hear me out, okay? In World War II, everyone decided Nazi Germany must go, okay? The whole world decided to go to war to the end, to fight to the end. Okay,
They didn't go though.
Not the whole war. Japan was in favor of.
They still around.
It wasn't the whole
They are
war.
very powerful
No.
these days.
So listen. They go to in World War II and World War I. They fight to the end until eventual victory. There is total war. There is no holding back. But
That's
against
not
Israel,
possible now. If there's one war like that now, for example, imagine Pakistan intervenes. Pakistan has nuclear weapons.
Let me talk. But you don't let me talk. I haven't finished. So, but you see, Palestinian issue is not new. It has been around for a long time. 6-day war, Yom Kippur war. Why they don't fight to the end? Why don't you just send your population, just go a human rush, just go and fight to the end? They don't. This is all hypocrisy. The 6-day war, Arab-Israeli war, all these wars are not about Palestinians. It's all about land. They want to capture their own land. They want to capture more land. It's not about the Palestinians. If they really care about the Palestinians, they will not let them suffer for so many decades. They will have constantly forming new foreign legions and go to war to Israel, constant jihad. We are not seeing that. It's all hypocrisy. Nobody cares. Everybody just protests. After that, go back and eat a nice dinner, go to sleep. They will not lose a single hour of sleep. That is the reality. All these baby dying, this is all propaganda that is trying, or no, children dying. They really died, yes. It's very sad, yes. But it's just all still propaganda to gain media attention and everything. In the end, trust me, there is not going to be a jihad army, Islamic army, to just go and save the Palestinians. It will not happen. It will never happen because nobody really cares about the Palestinian that much, for the fact. So, if the Americans care about the Israeli more than the Muslim world cares about the Palestinian, Israel will forever be around. That's the reality. Unfortunately, that's the truth. Palestinian issues ultimately is not a new issue. I have to emphasize, it's not a new issue. It has been around. We are going to 100 years already. The Palestinian issue. Why is the Arab world not going to an eternal war to the very end and see how long Israel can last? Fight to the end. Why don't fight to the end?
Because you'd end up with a big patch of
Israel has nuclear weapons. But the main point is that this conflict, and this is not my quote, this is from Chris Cappy from a YouTube.
Censored. Cannot see.
There's a super chat, Wyatt.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, I go and check.
Yeah, it's a good super chat.
Carlos, you are free.
Why?
Hamas has struck his bunker.
Yeah, man.
Yes, not us. No.
Because,
Yes,
They're right
us.
in the chat.
because this is,
about this
this is an
conflict.
attack on white people.
I don't
That's why
know.
they care about more than anything.
I don't know if Europeans are particularly emotional about this conflict. Actually, but Gaza is not far from Europe. Palestine is not far away from Europe, or Israel, if you want to call it that way. And the people, and it has been. Europe is extremely involved in it. I must say one thing: pro-Palestinian protests have been banned in France, in Germany, and in Britain. So this is very big. I mean, it's not only.
Okay, great. One second. This is not answering the question. This is not answering the question. Answer the question, why are Europeans emotional?
That
Why
freedom
are
of
Europeans
expression
emotional?
demonstration is being
Why are Europeans
hindered
emotional?
because of
That is
this.
the question.
Luis, give time to
The
other
question.
people, man.
Luis, one second, Luis.
Lewis, you're proving the point, mate. You're too emotional.
Because Europeans,
I'm European.
Europeans, the reason why it's emotional is because
stop being so
Europeans
rude.
divided this land, and Europeans are pissed off that they're not acting, that both the Israelis and the Arabs are not behaving like the Europeans would have behaved. This is why they're pissed off. This is why they're emotional. This is why they try to impose their European solutions to them.
I
It's
disagree.
just that we divided the land, we gave their solution, and then they did their own thing.
It's
This is why
because
Europeans-
of the
Carlos, I disagree.
Europeans.
Because Europeans
It's
pick
because
a
of
side straight away, you know? They straight away pick a side.
the officials,
So-
European officials,
Yeah.
European government pick the side directly. But the creation of Israel is because of what the Europeans have done in their history. They have killed millions of Jews in Europe.
Who are they?
It's the,
Yeah.
because of
Israel-
what the
Israel was also
Europeans have
created by
done.
Europe. Israel was also created by Europe. It was
Yeah.
Zionism itself was first invented by English Christians.
This is a
It was not a question of Jews. The Jews only joined it later to that thing. And it was England, Britain, and France who decided that there was going to be a Jewish state in Palestine, and did everything to do that, and then joined Russia, the USA, and everyone else. But
And
basically,
it's the Europeans who were at the core of it.
If you are Christian, it will sound like a good idea.
And Hitler decided to kill millions of Jews.
Why are we gonna talk about the Russian offensive? That's why I'm here. Just wanna let know
Are we
what's going
enough
on.
with the Israel-Palestine issue?
Oh,
How about letting Nanya have a chat?
fuck that
Because,
shit.
I
You
need
know, we
to-
don't care about Israel or Palestine anymore.
Anyway, just
taking too
before
long.
we leave, because
Let's go back to
I'll have to
Ukraine.
go very soon. It's quite late here, but the way I see this conflict is like a Rorschach test. Chris Cappy from Task and Purpose said it. It's people put their own beliefs and their own views into this conflict. So if you're like anti-nationalist, not anti-Semitic, anti-nationalist, you'll be supporting the Palestinians. You'll be against Israel. If you believe, look, these people were kicked out of 1 million countries, give them a little piece of land. It's a peanut compared to the Arab countries, and everybody goes to war against them. So you put your own beliefs. Anyway, hope everybody has a safe and calm night. Hope fucking
Stay safe.
Iran and Nasrallah don't join, because we're kind of close. But I want to keep up with DPA. Anyway, see you guys. Thank you very much.
Stay safe, Carlos.
Stay
Que
safe.
vaya bien.
Vaya con Dios.
Yeah, sorry.
No, not con Dios. No, I have every other
Vaya,
week.
Vaya con Dios is a singer. Vaya con Dios is a music group, and the singer is a Belgian female. What are you talking about, Vosh?
Yeah, but it's Vaya con Dios. It's still a Spanish word. Yeah. Vaya con
Yeah,
Dios.
but it's a Belgian group, music group. The singer of that music group is a Belgian female. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but it's still a Spanish language.
Yeah.
Vaya con Dios. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm lost. I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't worry, why? I'm lost myself.
I just told him to be all right. Nothing more.
Yeah, stay stay safe. No, for whoever is in Israel and Palestine, try to stay safe. Yeah, and don't take unnecessary risk.
Speaking of safety, what does the rest of your shirt say, Matt Lad? Since we are redefining everything now, what does it say at the bottom? This is a cordless hole puncher. Oh my god.
Well,
that's a good one.
I don't think you are.
Hey, that's YouTube, buddy. Let's keep it.
Yeah, I know.
A staple of U.S. culture for centuries already.
So we can actually go into Ukraine war if you guys are bored of Israel. Yeah. So AVDIIVKA offensive.
Yeah.
So I have a hypothesis. So I want to share the hypothesis first. The Russians, if they succeed in capturing, even operationally encircle AVDIIVKA for good, I think the whole Western support for Ukraine will collapse, because AVDIIVKA alone as one city outweighs the entire gains of whatever Ukraine has done over the past half a year. So that will demoralize the entire Western support, because it's like, we gave you so much, you go on a half a year offensive and you can't even match what the Russians can do. And you supposedly in this offensive would have grind down the Russian military, but it didn't. They still managed to go on an offensive. So this is my hypothesis, but I can throw it to you guys.
Why? Well, if I could say, look, it all comes down to logistic. Logistically, Ukraine can't win. Logistically, they can't support their soldiers. They can't reinforce the troops they've got on the front line to start with. Russia doesn't have to send anything by ship. Russia doesn't need to pass a government order that's dictated by the United Nations or NATO or anything. Russia's their own separate entity, and they can see fit. I mean, they're already ahead of the curve when the war started. I mean, they're already making more arms than the West. Just the West falls into the trap of superiority. They think because they run the global hegemony, they have superiority in all forms. I mean, you look at the hypersonic missile. America's still yet to develop one. I mean, Russia and China have had it in service now for over 4 years. So logistically, Ukraine can't win this war. All I can see happening in the AVDIIVKA front is basically more of the same. It's the old pinch and grind move, draw them into the hole. I mean, you don't need to be a rocket scientist to figure out that they're just, as they call it, the meat grinder. They're throwing them into the wood chipper. Yeah, and they're just, I mean, the ground in Ukraine is already fertile. There's no need to fill it full of blood and bone. You know, they're not going to make their own fertilizer. So it's just stupid. And the only way I can see out of it now, Budinov coming out, I think his name is, I can see Zelensky getting overthrown in the next 2 to 3 months by his own internal political rivals. They'll use it under the guise of Ukrainians already lost the war and now they're freezing because they don't have enough energy to turn the heaters on, while Russians will turn the stove on and film it just to warm their houses, which is another spit in the face of the Ukrainians. Like, let's basically face it, Ukraine as a state is now demolished to the point where it's I was saying, I've got a couple of YouTube videos from 12 months ago saying that this was going to happen. I'm Croatian by descent. But I'm born in Australia. And I predicted this 12 months ago for the United Nations, the best war minds in the world and all this, not to come up with the same outcome is just a testimony to their own arrogance.
It looks like Mad Lad is working for the Russian government.
It will depend. I think it will depend on how long the Palestinian Hamas-Israel conflict will last.
It'll last as long as the U.S. hegemony needs it to last. I find it a bit funny that these Palestinians were able to invade so easily, yet no members of politician were killed. no army bases were destroyed, but a rave was. So a rave's an easy target. The fact that it took them it took Israel 24 hours to respond, and they didn't respond instantly. In matters of war, people make the call, like 9/11, things like that. People have to make a call instantly for their people. You don't sit there and wait for the rest of the world to get approval and then go to fight.
Mad lad, you have to understand that many Mossad operatives and members of the special forces of the Israeli army were in Ukraine.
But that's good. That it shows how misdirected their government is, how good their intel is. Why would they send their best soldiers to the meat grinder? Yeah, it's under the guise of all of NATO.
And now, because of that Israeli Gaza thingy, all the energy of the West is now geared toward Israel.
Yep.
Well, that's why Ukraine is now yesterday's news, as just like on this webpage. Yeah.
That's why I'm saying.
But that's why I say it's misdirection.
How long
I believe
the Israeli Gaza conflict will last. If it's very short time, then
like I said,
the
it'll
aid
last.
can be go into Ukraine. If it's very long, then Ukraine is fucked.
My own thesis on it, it needs to last as long as the hegemony needs it. So this Israel conflict needs to last as long as they can get Zelensky out undercover under a regime change in Ukraine to quickly get out of that war. And then the US hegemony will come in and quickly stitch this up and solve it so it looks like a quick fix for the next election and Biden gets a win. Like, people have to remember that wars aren't just fought on passion. Wars are fought on logistics and money. Bullets don't put themselves in my gun. Bullets cost money. Unless we're fighting with sticks and stones.
I'd really like to respond to this because, Madlad, I think what you're trying to say here is that this is basically helpful for the West because this is giving the West an opportunity to switch the narrative away from Ukraine and give them a chance to withdraw from Ukraine and then get an easy dub over Hamas in Israel. But let me give you another alternative explanation for this, okay? Because I think that this is sort of a tendency of a lot of people to think that their enemy has simply every single thing that could be a victory is actually just a 200 IQ play by their enemy. But let me give you a different perspective on this because what's happening is that the West is losing in Ukraine. Yes, we agree on this.
The West hasn't won a war in 20 years. Hang on. The West hasn't won a war in 20 years.
Let me finish my point.
I disagree.
Let me finish my point, please. Okay, so the West is losing in Ukraine, okay? The balance of power is shifting. And so there's a war that's starting in Israel. Now, I don't think that means that it's because of the West. It's because there are other powers that have agency here that are going ahead.
It's the global elites, the global neocons.
No. Listen to me. There are different players here that are responding to the weakness of the global elites of the global American empire. Okay, it's the global American empire that has been weakened in Ukraine, and so the position in Israel is also weakened. So the Muslim world is now taking agency to attack and make their move. Okay, it's not a matter of the global elites simply playing both sides at all times. It's the adversaries of the global elites, the global American imperial elites, that are making a play against it because it is now weaker. You see what I'm saying? There's a difference there.
We've got Upgrade in the building, so we'll say I'd Upgrade.
Yeah.
And I believe Wyatt wants to say something.
I wanted to introduce Toronto Brad, but he dropped off.
He says he'll be back though.
Yeah. Do you have a YouTube channel?
So my big thing about the global hegemony and how this is all panning out. The military operations by the Palestinians was actually pulled off with SAS precision, right? You're not going to land a paraglider in a 50-meter stretch without a couple of years of practice. Because
they've been training on it.
We're not all in from Hollywood, and that's what I say. If they've been training on it, it means they're special forces. People in the Gaza Strip don't have access to this. Okay, how many people in Gaza go out parasailing on a weekend, mate? Do you know what I mean? It's not the local hobby.
There's a video from before this happened that showed them training on this. This is something that they've been training on. This isn't out of nowhere. The Gazans have special forces. They are genuinely. They have some agency in this.
Oh, I know they have agency. Well, they can't get in and out of the Gaza Strip without the Israelis knowing. So how do they sneak a parasail in, mate? It's quite a big piece of equipment. You can't stick it under your jumper.
So there is propaganda video that they are actually training within Gaza, and which means that the Israeli already know. They just letting them do whatever they want.
Yeah,
like I said, no, they just let them do whatever they want. So, yeah, Matt, do you just now? I remember you say you have talked about this 1 year ago. Do you have a YouTube channel?
It's called Dear Dad, Mad Lad. Yeah, like I just do brief videos, whinging sometimes when I need a rant, or I take drones out and film people graffitiing, or fly my drones out around submarines and things like that.
Can you drop the link on the username?
Mad Lad.
Just Mad Lad. Look up in brackets Dear Dad. I think there's a Dear Dad channel and a Mad Lad channel. I do stupid things with my sons and just, I just, it's
Mad Lad. For me, it's not surprising that much. I mean, finally, Hamas has upgraded. And
it's not. They haven't upgraded, mate. Like listen, they haven't upgraded,
mate.
Oh, I've got a drone here.
Mate.
That's probably better than any drone they use.
No, it isn't, man.
I mean, they participated in the civil war in Syria against Bashar al-Assad in the first place. And
that whole part of the world.
And then they decided to reconcile with the Iranian-backed militias. They got trained in Lebanon. They got experienced. They got instructors. So it's logic that Hamas has upgraded.
The deal is, let's face it, there's enough weapons in the Middle East that they could solve any war with a nuclear warhead. Yeah?
I disagree that this is happening because the West is weak. The West is weak, but the West is not weak because it's losing in Ukraine. The West is not losing in Ukraine. Maybe we'll lose now. I don't know what will happen.
They're not winning.
With the Battle of AVDIIVKA. But the West is not losing in Ukraine. Russia has only conquered so much. Russia is not in position of imposing its conditions, like forbidding Ukraine from joining NATO. Furthermore, the US has won a lot in this conflict. Has rallied NATO. NATO was brain dead, according to Macron and some others. And now NATO is again totally rallied behind the USA, and that's exactly what the USA wants every time. Second,
Afghanistan was a great success.
Let me finish. The US has imposed sanctions and thus created an exclusive economic zone in Europe in which only the USA or whoever the USA allows can sell. Europe is one of the biggest markets of the world, and only the USA and its authorized.
I don't remember anyone.
Hey, Lewis, do you live in Europe? Yeah. Do you live in Europe?
Yes, I live in Europe.
Well, you voted for these idiots, and they've imposed the rules. So anyway, I'm going to go because Upgrade's had his finger up for like 10 minutes. So Upgrade, you get your 2 cents in, mate.
I didn't understand what you say. What was the question? Can you repeat it?
I was.
Melon, can you give me your YouTube channel in the private chat?
All right, hang on. I'll send you a link. I'll copy a link.
Cool. Okay, never mind. The question is that the US empire has rallied and is not losing. It's not losing Ukraine yet. Also, I think I have a problem with the offensive. I mean, the offensive was suicidal since the day one. I was making commentaries in YouTube, in this channel, and others, calling the promised offensive operation unicorn. Why? Because I thought it was absolutely crazy to think that Ukraine could do an offensive without that force. But they did it. Remember, I don't know how many thousand Ukrainians and for so because it didn't work. It couldn't work ever. Why didn't Blinken and Miller decided that the Ukrainians had to die for nothing? I mean, for some reason, I have no idea what reason, but that was intentional. They decided that Ukraine had to do some sort of offensive because, you know, we have decided here in the Pentagon and whatever. And that's absolutely crazy. It's not that the US is losing. The US lost in Afghanistan, maybe, I'm not even sure. But the US has not lost in Ukraine and has not lost in Europe and can you bring control of the Mediterranean.
Can you bring back the super chat, please?
Super chat. Let's upgrade. Coming.
The super chat has to be with upgrade.
Why is it the super chat?
Like the super chat.
Yeah.
There you go.
And I'm gonna tell he is not neutral.
Yeah.
Like his country.
Let him speak for himself.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. First of all, and it's always dynamic like usual. About Louis saying that United States is winning or not losing, it kind of depends on the perspective, right? So they don't lose because, of course, the NATO start to get together and all that stuff. But on the other side, you can see that BRICS is forming, right? That other nations are starting to want to ditch the US dollar and so on. So it depends on which side you're looking at it, right? But definitely they are not winning in Ukraine. The only people who are losing is the Ukrainian people, first of all. And second of all, of course, Afghanistan was a huge debacle. That was one of the biggest lost, like with Vietnam from the United States. So I don't know. It depends totally on which side you see it on. And maybe Drew can give his 2 cents.
I actually logged in to continue the thought process from academic's view, because it's something I've been thinking about recently. One of the reasons I think could be why Hamas picked this time to act is because they perceive that the US support for Israel will be limited because they're running out of ammo, because they're overcommitted in Ukraine, and so on and so forth. But if you take that thought process a little bit further, something scary comes about, because Hamas is not the only a terrorist group or group of people that are waiting for the US to weaken. So one of the big ones is North Korea. They've never said they've given up South Korea. So if Hamas actually this attack actually works out tremendously, and actually Israel isn't able to get enough support from the US, and they're not able to sort of hold back this continuous incursions by Hamas, North Korea might start to get an idea and start some shit. And they are not the only ones either, right? There are a lot of little pockets of people around the world that are waiting for this chance. So, for all selfish reasons, for our peace here in Southeast Asia and the peace everywhere else, even though it's morally wrong, I think that the best result out of the Israel-Hamas situation right now is for Israel to basically re-establish control over the area militarily. I know it's morally wrong, but that's it until another pole or multi-pole like the BRICS are able to come and kind of re-establish like a strong governance system, like through, and the only way you can govern is through might. So when it comes to an international level, right? International laws don't mean anything. So like Russia, China, India, all these guys need to just start, being the policeman rather than just letting the US do it, right? So I think Hamas needs, unfortunately, for the greater good, everybody needs to fail this time until maybe 10, 20 years later, until the new security architecture of the world is reestablished with like the multi-poles, like then all the grievances can then start getting redressed.
So you want Israel to finish them off?
No, I don't. Morally, I think it's perfectly terrible. But
that's why Drew, that's why you say.
Yeah, but I don't want war. Because if Hamas succeeds, North Korea is going to start something. I guarantee you that.
Drew, you talk like a politician,
North
man.
Korea
You
will
just got
start
a job.
nothing.
You just got a job in United States.
North Korea will start nothing. And if you see the emergence of a multipolar world, what you will see is a nuclearization of most of the countries who have some capabilities, some monies and infrastructures. That's what you will see.
Yeah.
And United States will do everything so the world goes nuclear.
Can I respond to Drew before I upgrade? Because I have one thing I want to introduce, and it's because Drew, what you're basically alluding to here is this this thing that tends to go around quite a lot, and I'm not saying it's not going to happen. It's fairly logical, and that's a logical conclusion. Is a final solution-ish solution, ethnic cleansing, or even outright genocide. Well. I'm going to be introducing some strap your belts, folks. Coping is here for high quality coping. So here goes. We tend to be analyzing power in the terms of how it is projected, usually in form of propaganda, and how it is exerted geoeconomically or militarily, right? And what is the way that these two little powers, the Palestine and Israel has? Well, there is projection and exertion. Let me introduce the power of absence. Armenia and Azerbaijan, two countries that have close ties to Russia. Russia is known for having take the Ukraine war. No absence there. It's projection and exertion. But in Armenia and Azerbaijan, they have a power of mediation acquired by their absence of projection. They're not projecting side, nor are they exerting force. Why do I mention this example? Well, because this one is very self-evident as soon as you look into it, but it's hardly remarkable. The remarkable one that makes a good high-quality coping for this one is Saudi Arabia and Iran. Because here you have the power of mediation acquired by absence. China did not try to project their power or exert their power, and they consistently stayed away with that. And they did not only, become a mediator. They pulled off something fucking magnificent, truly historical. Under the deal, under the strategic partner of the US being Saudi Arabia, and the strategic enemy of the US being Iran. Boom. They pulled it off.
Strategic enemy of Wyatt being that mosquito, bro. Damn.
And so here comes
stealth bomber.
And so here comes the coping. Here comes the coping, because I'm going to finish now. Here comes the high quality coping, right?
Oh, he's going to finish.
The logical conclusion here. The logical conclusion here, when it comes to Israel and Palestine, is the facet of power that is one we usually analyze, right? This is the one that is most visible. So it's easy to overlook the power acquired by absence, because it is indeed absence, true neutrality, that allows you to have the power of mediation. Israel and Palestine have not had actually any viable third-party mediator with that successive power. And this is important because neither of them have the power themselves, neither the Palestinians, and you can easily see that, nor the Israelis. You can easily see that. So when you have introduced a major player, not a big player, I mean a really big motherfucker, it's China. And it has pulled, and has
big propaganda, big propaganda.
And it has proven, more importantly, it has proven with a historical feat that changes the dynamic of the whole region. Now I'm done.
Big propaganda.
I don't think China cares at all. They are interested in the oil, in access to.
Oh, come on, Luis.
But they are not really interested in Palestine. It's yes, it's a problem because it's a global problem of peace and stability in a region that is of their interest, more or less. But I don't know. I mean, they can try something, but the question is that they really have very little projection in the area. You mentioned projection, and they have very little projection in the area. They just have that military base in Djibouti, which is giving military bases to everyone, basically, and that's it.
Yeah, I agree, Luis. I think China doesn't care. They are always China first, and this is something that's literally none of their business. Look at their response to this. It took them 2-3 days before they came out and said, okay, we hope both sides don't kill civilians, and just stay calm, and that's it. They have no reason to get involved.
You know who really cares? Iran.
I don't know exactly what they said, but something they said that the Israeli didn't like, the United States didn't like.
Iran really cares what happened to the Palestinians. If Israel keeps doing what they're doing, I think they're gonna be getting something from Iran very soon.
Well, their main supporters is that country, the one with the large gas reserves. What was it? What the small one outside Saudi? What's that name again? Qatar. Yes. So Qatar's come out and said that they'll cut all gas supply to the world if Israel continues to bomb.
They're the one saving Europe at the moment.
Huh? Why? Oh, you mean?
They're the one saving Europe. If they stop it, we fucked.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, they're fucking themselves too. That's basically their only revenue, and if they cut it, I don't know.
They have plenty of cash.
Yeah, for now.
They have Paris Saint-Germain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know how many clubs these people from Saudi Arabia and Qatar have here in Europe?
Newcastle's having a good season, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Because of what? That kind of money. Paris Saint-Germain, because of that money. Manchester City, they just won the Champions League. Because of what? That money. Oh, there was another guy who was about to buy Manchester
these
United.
clubs. Fuck them.
Hey, in Europe,
upgrade.
upgrade. You live in Europe, you know football is like
you can't talk upgrade.
You know?
You can't talk upgrade. The best Swiss soccer team is fucking Young Boys.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck Young Boys. Fuck Young Boys.
No. Fuck Swiss football. Fuck Swiss football. I'm watching French football. I'm for Marseille. So
no one wants to buy Marseille.
Where got people watching Farmers?
I thought you were supposed to be
Marseille is full of Africa. No one wants to buy them.
Nobody want to buy them. Saudi Arabia just want to buy our club, but nobody want to buy them. And we have an American owner, but nobody want to buy us. We're the biggest club in France.
American owners.
Olympique Marseille. Olympique Marseille is a shithole. Nobody wants it.
Yeah, come on, Laurel. You know it's not true. Oh, no.
American owners are the worst fate that you can imagine. Okay, look what happened to Man United. It's very tragic.
Ask me about it. I'm a Chelsea supporter. I'm a Chelsea supporter.
Oh, poor guy.
Yeah, ask me about it. Oh
Bad
my
ownership.
God, Chelsea is went to hell ever since.
Chelsea.
Yeah, look at Chelsea. they were doing well with Russian money.
I just wanted to say, because of the USA and the problem with all these wars, they cannot be everywhere at the same time. They cannot found all the wars on the planet Earth. So there is a limit to how much you can actually help everybody. And you can clearly see it that Zelensky is a little bit scared because this war is going on, because if they have to choose between Israel and Ukraine, there will be no second thoughts. No second thoughts. All the rockets for the Iron Dome and all that stuff, the anti-air and stuff like that, they will all go to Ukraine, to Israel, sorry. And they will get less weapons. We heard about, I think it was Kirby, or who is this guy? I don't remember his name. He just said also the.
But lad, come on, don't show that kind of thing, man. I'm scared.
Yeah, that's this not the founding is not indefinite, right? So people start to move on from Ukraine. Oh, it's boring to see Slavic people kill each other. Let's see Jewish and Arabs kill each other. That's a much more interesting. Everybody cares about, you know. Yeah, it's true. It's true.
It's true.
The neocons, they want to see something different. You know, it was the hype about the Ukrainians stuff. Oh, there's, you know, bad publicity, too much corruption. Let's move on to the Jewish and the Arabs. Let's kill, you know, let's move to this thing. It's much better, much more entertaining. And then it will be, after it will be Asians, you know, oh, let's go to China, Taiwan, or let's go to North Korea, South Korea.
Indian Pakistan.
Oh,
next.
Yeah, why not that? That's good. That's good.
You don't want India and Pakistan to kick it off.
Those
two are both nuclear.
I'll tell you what happens.
The Chinese books, but it's on the books.
If India-Pakistan kicks off, okay, the open mic is going to be unwatchable. It's just going to be Indians and Pakistanis jumping on, yelling at each other, 10 people at a time.
One country have over 1 billion population. The other one go almost 200 million, or more than 200 million. So it's gonna be.
And India-Pakistan, the worst part about it is that the border between India-Pakistan cuts right through the Punjab. And if you go and look at the India-Pakistan border on satellite view on Google Earth, there's cities everywhere. It's so dense. It looks like Egypt. It looks like the Nile Delta. There's literally towns and cities fucking everywhere. It's going to be the worst humanitarian catastrophe probably ever.
That's something I don't want to see. You know, please don't bring the war there.
Yeah, it would bring the worst. It would also bring the war directly to London, Vaj, as well. Directly to England. England would erupt in civil war between the Indians and Pakistanis there, bro. It'd be brutal.
Yes, I know.
I'd be more concerned.
Yeah, it's gonna be between London and Bradford.
Yes, exactly.
Archimedes, it's all good. It's all. It's
people just drawing maps of India with Kashmir and so on. It's getting very fascist India.
It's all good. India beat Pakistan in the cricket. There's no war.
That's how we should
the question is, the more authoritarian the country is, the more likely they will go to war. Or maybe civil war breaks out also because people is unhappy. And in India, there have been guerrilla for a long time. Communist guerrillas, they have been down in the last 10 years or so, but 15 years ago, it was massive. So I don't know. I'm concerned about India, not the theme of this conversation probably, but I'm concerned about the way India is doing. I mean, on one side they are becoming a major power, not yet a superpower, but a major power. But on the other side, it's like something is not going well. I mean, India used to be a more democratic and friendly country, so to say. And now,
well, Luis, if you want to get to the India-Pakistan thing, I mean, this is a huge topic. I think
India has the most people in the world. It's a nuclear power. How is it not a superpower? It's like
it's not. It will be. It will be given 10 years.
Economy. Have the best economy than the UK. Have the best economy than the UK. UK is a superpower.
They own more UK property than the UK people.
Yes.
They are rich. Their riches are just all over the world.
Yes.
Some are rich. The vast majority are poor. That's a big difference.
There's too many people. There's too many people in India.
Here's the thing. Under this, Lewis, listen. Under this terrible, fascist, evil. Listen, Lewis.
India is not yet there.
Lewis, you have to stop talking shit about the Indian government, okay? Because under this terrible, illiberal, fascistic, Hindu nationalist government, you know what's happened? The number of people in extreme poverty in India has gone down by 90% in like the last 7 or 8 years. Look this up; it's true. Okay, under the BJP, India has experienced a tremendous economic development. Oh, they're growing plenty well. They're growing well enough, man. And it's because of their nationalism. It's because of their nationalism that helps so much. This would have never happened under the Congress. Okay, a little dose of fascism is not that bad of a thing when it comes to a country like India. Okay, you can't look at it in the context of Europe, which is this totally. I mean, it's just Europe has no vigor for life anymore. It has no elan. You know what I mean? They don't care about their own nationality. They don't care about their nationalism. That's the problem. Maybe the Swiss do.
Yeah. Ask yourself, what is Europe anymore? You know, there is no Europe. There is UK.
I don't know anymore. I don't know anymore because I'm ashamed of being European supporting Israel.
Spain is a third world country in EU. That's it.
I think it's renamed.
I'm ashamed of being European under Ursula von der Leyen, under Borrell, under Macron, under Scholz, under what that guy which is of Indian origins. I don't remember the name. Sunak maybe the one of Britain. Yeah, I'm ashamed of being under those dictators because they are dictators. Basically, people who are acting against democracy, people who are acting against human rights.
What is democracy? What is democracy? In UK, you're not allowed to wave the Palestine flag. What is democracy?
Sorry?
That's not democracy. That's freedom of expression. Different.
I mean,
they're doing that for democracy. If you wave,
you cannot have
freedom of expression is one of the attributes of a democracy, at least on paper.
Necessarily. Not necessarily. It's one of the attributes of a Western democracy.
Freedom of speech is one of the attributes of a democracy.
No.
It's not democracy, but it's an attribute of it.
No.
Only in the democracy.
This is why.
Because if you take democracy, the word democracy, which is the power of the people and not the power of an elite elected by the people, the freedom of speech is essential.
Is the power of the people. No, that's like saying to take a shower you need water. No, you can always have a dry shower with something else.
You can use sand.
You can use sand, right? Democracy is.
No, it's not a valid comparison.
Where the people
and everybody wants a shower with water and soap.
What the fuck?
What the people want is expressed in policy. That's what democracy is. You don't necessarily need freedom of speech because most countries don't have freedom of speech.
Then it's not a democracy. That's my point.
Not a Western democracy. Not a Western.
No. In the West, there is no democracy. In the West, there is no democracy.
There is only one country. There is only one country.
Let you answer because Drew has actually a point.
In Europe, the democracy works. Is France.
You shall know.
Wherever Macron says, the people say fuck off, and they go to the street.
No. I can explain what Drew is saying. There's the freedom of
democratic.
You shall now listen to me.
No, because
he's using the force.
Oh,
I just be mindful. This is a black hole topic. We'll go in and we'll never come out. So just be careful. We should stick to where we come from into this, so that we go back to that topic. If not, we'll start to debate about the ideology of democracy, and then we will never get out. So just want to.
Will Russia win AVDIIVKA?
Ukraine is fucked.
That's probably what people is here about. Let's talk AVDIIVKA maybe. After a
there's a super chat for you.
Upgrade has been holding his finger up. He is the most polite person here in the north of the South Pole. unless Louis has anything to say, regarding the super chat, because the super chat, of course, has financial predominance. Of course.
I can only say that, in my opinion, the European values, at least the ones I value, humanism, the idea that all people are essentially equal, and yes, democracy too, but also Marxism. I'm communist. I'm between Marxist and anarchist.
We'll get. No, you're not communist. You're not communist.
Yes,
you are
yes,
lefty.
those are all
You are radical
values.
lefty. You're not communist.
Oh my God!
Was not
All right,
Marx
all
was
right, all right.
a Jewish guy from Cologne, from Germany, and he was exiled in London, and he's etc. Yes, it's a European thing, and even the Russian Revolution is a European thing because Russia is Europe, at least the part from the Urals to the west.
Hey, Lewis, can you calm down a bit because you like the sound of your own voice too much, and can you let someone else speak for a second, mate?
I was requested.
Nunya has been forever. Nunya has been holding there forever, and he's usually
So's Upgrade, and then you've been up there with their hands held up like school children, waiting for something to say. So go ahead, boys. Feel free to elaborate on your time with your hands up.
You're absolutely correct. New face, by the way. Welcome to the open mic, Mad Lad. It's nice to see a new face as always. If you haven't seen me,
pleasure to be here, mate.
But Nunya was before Upgrade, actually before that, and then he was forgotten.
He's so polite. He's such a good Canadian.
Yeah, I got weed. I'm good. I think getting back to Ukraine, and I think where we left off was we were talking about what's going to happen next. And with respect to Russia, I had a really good point, but it's been so fucking long, I can't remember now. So go ahead, Upgrade. I'll try to think.
Medi 2.0.
Hey, wait, I got a question. Who here
next week, mate?
I got a question. Who here thinks that Zelensky will last to the end of the year? And who here thinks that Zelensky will be kicked out or murdered or overthrown?
That was my point. Year? Thank you, Drew. Okay, so the question or the discussion we were talking about was whether or not Zelensky would last. And then we were talking about, I just lost it again. Go ahead, Upgrade.
Definitely
don't do drugs.
Definitely too much of this today.
Don't do drugs.
Don't. Too much. Yeah. Kids,
I think he will last because otherwise Darth Vader will be it. That's the popular choice in Ukraine. You know it. Darth Vader was the most popular candidate, and he was not allowed to run under the mask. So Zelensky won. That's the reality of Ukraine. That's so sad. It
is. Great. What do you have to say?
Yeah.
Zelensky will be replaced by who? Zelensky will be replaced by who? No. You need another Jew. Otherwise, the denazification point of view of Russian will be even clear cut.
Is it called Arestovich? The other guy, the Arestovich is his former advisor.
I thought the guy ran off already, got kicked out already.
That guy is not good. That guy is not good. He's been saying Russia has the right to defend themselves.
Fuck the Jew. Yeah, you can take this out of context. I said fuck the Jew. You can take this out of context here. Get it for the open mic. But here's the question.
You are a
Does
Jew.
it matter? Does it matter? Wait.
I remembered what I was going to say. We were talking about the narrative around moving from Ukraine to Israel. I wrote it down this time, guys. So what I think has happened, and I think I said this a couple weeks ago, the West has already moved on from Ukraine. They were moved on before Israel even popped up. So they were already putting the things in motion to move away from Ukraine because it's been a huge failure. Right. So where does that leave Zelensky? I think absolutely he's going to get tossed out one way or another within the next 6 months for sure.
Wait.
I think more than
Tossed
most likely.
or killed. Tossed or killed. Tossed is great for him. He gets to go live in his villas in Spain. He has a lot of property now.
I don't know. I don't know, but I think the most likely one to take over would probably be somebody like Budanov or Astravich, Alexei Astravich. He's the guy.
That guy is not good.
No, I'm not. None of them are good, but I think that
no. That guy is like a Russian puppet. You know, he just.
But I think with him, like they could probably control him. But I think overall, where I think this is all leading, both with Ukraine and now we're seeing Israel. U.S. has no choice but to support Israel with everything because it's kind of like the one of the holy grails, right? You can't not support Israel, so that's going to happen. Ukraine, that's already yesterday's news. All this is doing, though, and I said this a couple weeks back, I think on one of the open mics. U.S. is no longer the world's military power. It is not. And it's no longer the world's economic power. It is not. So I think all this is going to do is just further prolong the U.S.'s erosion and China and the rest of the global South's rise. So I think that this could very well. China's totally off the map now. Like you will never see a conflict with China. It's not going to happen.
So do you
wow,
think
I got through it. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah. Do you think the Hamas gonna get the
Open war, and another thing is the conflict like we are seeing between the US and Ukraine and Russia via Ukraine. I think we are going to see a US-China conflict around Taiwan. That's my opinion. And the question is that the USA will not be able to defend.
Louis, don't be rude. Louis, please don't be rude. Upgrade is actually the only one really truly following etiquette here. The rest of us are being rudely jumping in all the time, and you're not unique. I do the same, just like I did with you right now. But
don't single me out because you also step at him. So
exactly. But that's the point. That's the point.
Upgrade. Shut up, coping. Upgrade.
Yes, please. Upgrade coping. Please upgrade coping.
It's your turn.
Okay, it's my turn. I just wanted to add on that even if Ukraine is not getting as much money or as much military equipment as they get before, still will not be an easy win, right? Like the war in Israel and in Palestine now with Hamas, who they have tunnels underneath, is going to be bloody, long. It's not going to be quick. And the same is going for Ukraine war. There's a lot of entrenchments. There's a lot of anti-tank mines and so on. So they have still some power to hold off the Russians for a couple of times. The only thing is how long it will go, right? How long will it take until it really breaches one point, and then they need to go from one side to the other to reinforce this side because this is breaching, and it will be a cascade effect. But to say that they will go fast or that Zelensky will go away, I don't think so, because he's really the face of this war. And most of the time when it's wartime, you don't change president. Even if you think maybe the US is going to be behind it and it's going to try to change the puppet or some people here, right? I don't think so. It will be the case.
I just wanna point something. Doesn't matter if the United States is gonna stop giving things to Ukraine. There is one country who's not giving up. They don't have a lot to give, but they got a good propaganda. The UK is not gonna give up on Ukraine that easily.
Yeah, but there's
UK is bankrupt.
Yeah,
UK is bankrupt.
They don't have a lot, but they don't want to give up.
Of
Yes,
course, they
they're
have
gonna
no
give up.
ammunition anymore. All these military experts say we don't have ammunition anymore. We take from the reserve, not from the reserve. We take from reserve. We don't have anything left, right? We need to produce, but we cannot match. We cannot put the entire economy, who is already under stress, in war economy. It will be catastrophic for Europe. And who are you gonna sell it? How are you gonna sell it? Oh, because Ukraine cannot lose, and people will say, okay, so I need to starve so they don't lose. It's not logical, you know. Sorry.
Yeah.
To interrupt.
So here's what I hope is going to happen soon. Basically, the US and Ukraine will pull out of the support of the Ukraine. The Ukraine guys will realize that, oh shit, they got no support, therefore they cannot continue. Russia will basically take over politically, either through a puppet state of whatever's left of Ukraine. They will absorb Odessa, whatever, but they will control the political process within what's left of Ukraine. Then they will do what China did to Xinjiang back in the 1990s and 2000s. Basically, what China did was they took all the violent guys. What the hell are you doing, Wyatt? They took all the violent guys.
He's having a war with a mosquito.
And then threw them into prison, right? But more importantly, what they also did was they took the other guys that didn't do violent crimes, right? And they put them into they built vocational schools and put them in there. And then after they graduate from the vocational schools, they gave them jobs. So that improved the entire economical situation in Xinjiang. And that basically cured the radicalized people of Xinjiang of their radicalism, of their terrorism, right? And it stopped all kind of terrorist actions from the Xinjiang since 2019. That was the last one. So Russia, that's what Russia should do.
It's
Even
different.
though the west of Ukraine still has a large like anti-Russian kind of thing, but if you improve the lives of people instead of jailing them and bombing them, you improve the lives of people, people will come around very quickly. Yeah.
This is what I think.
I don't think it will work, Drew.
Yeah.
I don't think it will work, Drew.
Israel is taking the wrong way. They should be trying to help them.
You have a part of Ukraine with a lot of Russian speakers. That plan might work in those places. But in far west of Ukraine, it won't work because it's already at the border of European Union. So Europeans will never allow Russia to kind of control that part politically by putting a puppet.
What can they
It's
do
too
about
close.
it?
It's too close.
What can they do about it?
It's too close to Europe. I mean, Europe
But what can they
can
do?
still send their own puppet and foment anything to disturb
Europe
that place.
Europe can have that.
The only thing
Europe
Russia
can have
can
that
do.
ship if they want. No one
Please,
wants that.
thank you.
No one
The
wants
only
these
thing that
people
Russia can do
near
is
them.
to transform that western part of Ukraine into a shithole. A shithole that the Europeans. No. It's a shithole
do you
that
want to be neighbors with these people?
please. It's a shithole that the Europeans will have to pay and manage. Not the Russians.
I don't think so.
Two new terrorists are created.
So far. I mean,
You
I
can never
personally,
kill off terrorism by bombing.
would even condone flattening Lvov because it's a Nazi nest, totally. But they haven't done it or anything even near to that. So it's not going to be that what happens. Ukraine is probably not going to be divided. The question is, can Russia force the hand of Ukraine, specifically Ukraine, and force some sort of coup or revolution or some regime change? Putin doesn't like revolutions. Coup, a military coup that puts in top of Ukraine someone who is not against Russia and accepts more or less the conditions that Russia is offering, which is recognition of annexations, neutrality, not being in NATO, and not being in the European Union anymore, and also the purge, the parts of the Nazi state apparatus. That's the big question. There is not going to be partition. I don't think so. I mean, some people talk about that, maybe happen, but I don't think that's the case. Russia knows that they will have to ethnically cleanse parts of Ukraine to make it Russia. And that's not really feasible. They need to defend Ukraine.
Okay, Mad Lad, sorry.
All right, I just want to make sure you can hear me. Can you hear me properly, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I'm a firm believer in what Drew said. Every human being on this earth, all they want is a better life. You can sell anyone with a better life. If you think the politicians aren't selling you a better life bullshit story, you're wrong. Now, I believe in what Drew said. If you can show your enemy a better life in the way you live, your enemy will then become your friend because you provide for not only them, but their children. And as a person with 4 children, as a father with 4 children, I will let you know that I don't care if anyone invades my town. I'll die for that, but I'm only dying for my children. Now, if I can live for my children, I will choose that over dying for my children. Now, if you can give me a better quality of life than my government, I will take that. At the end of the day, we are all looking after our own arse and our own hide. We all come from different socio-economic backgrounds, so we all expect differently. People of the rich nature will go for the more democratic point of view and vote tranny bullshit in because they've got time for that. People who are trying to feed their family are going to work and they don't have time for that tranny bullshit, so they're worried about what feeds their kids. At the end of the day, everyone politically is too made voted by political driven bullshit when all it comes down to is what's around you. Because what's around you and the people in your life influence how you feel and your decisions you'll make. So what the government, if you believe the government for a minute, you should be one of the clowns that just follows them into the bullet front. If you believe in yourself and your family, you'll do whatever to make that happen. And that's why I believe what Drew says, make your enemy your friend by providing them better. If you can provide them better, you haven't just turned an enemy around, you've gained a friend. And it's always better to have more friends than enemies.
It's all around you.
Mad Lad, it depends. Look at the Taliban and the Afghans.
But that doesn't depend. The Taliban and the Afghans are doing it to look after their kids because they haven't been offered anything better. They haven't been shown better by their own leaders.
But here's the problem, Mad Lad. People disagree on what better means.
Exactly.
Well, I think when it comes to children, we all agree feeding our children is the best.
No. Well, if that was the case, then the Taliban would have rolled over. You see, there's deeper things to this. People do feel nationalism. People do become involved in wanting to die.
And you know what?
Take
away their food, take away their water, just like in Gaza. They'll eventually buckle. People need that. Yeah, like a dog when it dies, you put it in a corner. At its weakest, at its most vulnerable, at its dying breath, that's when it fights the hardest. And that's what people do. Yeah? That's what people do to save their family, to save their own hide. So that's you think, I wouldn't do that if I was in the same situation.
If they are still alive. If they are still alive.
If they're still alive. So I don't plan on dying. I plan on being here for my kids. And the only way to do that is
then it depends on circumstances.
Yeah, so I shake that.
When you have so many deaths.
You are from Mad Lad. You are from Australia, and your country is trying to fight China. So if you want to be alive, tell your government to back off.
That's my government. That's not me. At the end of the day, what I say
tell them to back off. You live there.
Yeah, but you know what? I could easily.
Boss, what the fuck are you doing? You are not in power in the country you're living in any more than I am in power in the country we're living in. Any one of us is having any power over the country.
I need to push back on this. I have to push back on this.
I mean, dude, what the fuck are you doing?
No, this is.
I'm opening up a can of worms.
No, listen, we are part of the countries that we're part of. Okay, man. Listen, I think that this hyper individualistic mindset that, oh, my country is doing something, oh, it's the people that are in charge of my country, I have no control over them, that's bullshit. Okay, the fact of the matter is you do have some degree of guilt in what your country is doing. That's what it means to be part of a country. Okay, and and I'm not saying that because you have
so great. What I'm saying is I don't have a dog in the fight, right? If I could easily say, let's solve the problem. Any country with another country that borders them, nuke them. Guess what? I'd be the only one left. Right? Because I'm on an island in the middle of the Pacific, right? Like way out there, right? I'd be dealing with the penguins in Antarctica if we did that. We wouldn't be here, right? So I don't really have a skin in the game. My problem with Australia, I'm of Croatian background, but my problem with Australia is Australia's never fought a war for Australia. We've done it for America and Europe and everyone else. We fought in the Second World War, Gallipoli, Turkey.
You had a really hardcore battle with the
two men snake in your country.
The
people got there to fight.
You
lost.
There's a guy. There's somebody in the chat that made a really good point. Okay, look at what Just John in the YouTube chat. He says, if life is just about survival, then you worship flesh, not spirit. And this is 100% right. There are a lot of people that worship spirit more than they worship flesh. They will turn away from getting better living conditions and better quality of life for themselves and their children if there is a spiritual reason to do so, and that is what nations can provide among and religions very much.
We've got a word for them. It's called fanatics.
Yeah, but you want to know something, Mad Lad? In the Western world, okay, that's what we call them. We call them fanatics because we are the most materialistic culture, civilization in the world. But in a lot of places, there is that spiritual feeling still, such as in Palestine.
I disagree. I disagree.
Okay.
Because whether you worship a person or you worship a spirit, you still want the same things. You're worshiping that person or thing because you want a better life. Because you believe that God is going to give you a better life, afterlife, a better something. At the end of the day, everybody's trying to better their lives.
And even if it's not, you don't even need that. What Archimedes was saying. Sorry, Madlad. What Archimedes was saying here, that if you don't have any spiritual thing to go to, and you only had a material thing, you only had a flesh, right? But I would strongly disagree, because that's a form of vacuous existence, as very, very many people already in the modern day, those who are lucky enough to have the superfluousness to even consider that, they're already kind of noticing like, hey, fuck, this, all these things, this money, all that jazz, not really doing it. It's nothing new. It's been from ever since the industrial inception. It's like, wait, maybe all this excess thing wasn't really so much pertaining to life. The notion. I mean, I get what you're saying. You're absolutely correct that for many people, the drive will be that, and it's certainly the case if you have it culturally implemented. But the notion that it is inherently a part of human nature, for example, or that it is a given that the people would look at that way. No, people will make a dogma and a religion out of fucking Star Wars fandom and furries and shit. They can invent anything. If you really want to delve into that, look at religion and culture. Then that's what really people are trying to go back to. Like, oh, you had a lot of good values coming from the religious text and so forth, concomitant with all the bullshit, just as we have now. Now we have like a lot of free shit, but we are also, well, oh, sorry, I guess it's
upgrade. Yeah, we'll let an upgrade go. I think I've turned it from defense politics Asia to the Christian hour of power. But anyway,
he's in Asia anyway, so it's okay. So no, it's just that I find it because what you say was very similar to what I was saying about the Muslim world or the neighboring Arab countries are not helping the Palestinians. You could have just give them a better life. But they choose ideology, the land, the border. But let them fight.
People complain about Muslims by it, but I'm in Australia. I have the biggest Muslim nation in the world. A 2-hour boat trip from the north of Australia.
Indonesia is.
Indonesia. I thought Australia.
And it's funny. It's funny because the only terrorist attack we had on Australian civilians during the whole early 2000s was the Bali bombing, where 80 Australians died when they blew up a little bar in downtown Indonesia. Yeah. Now, we didn't attack Indonesia for that. We went for weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. Yeah. So at the end of the day, it wasn't against Muslims. It was about oil, the Iraq War. Yeah. And we have a fear now about Muslims. And it's a media bias driven phobia that's been bred into us for the last 25 years. Yeah. And to say that it doesn't affect you is a lie, because I'm lucky enough to have a Muslim godfather. At the same time, don't think in the early 2000s, I wasn't starting to think bad about Muslims. Yeah. But like my godfather said, there's all different sects in the Muslim religion, just like there's Mormons and Christians and Church of Latter-day Saints and Anglicans and all these different stuff in the Christian world. There's a whole heap of people. And so too many times religion is being used for war, and I think that's our biggest problem, because we've all lost sense of what religion was about. Religion was about looking after community. Now it's about overthrowing communities. Yeah, so it's I don't know how it's anyway. That's enough of the religious stuff. Let's get back to politics. Upgrade, you go.
I said this before, you know.
Oh,
Nanya.
Okay, go.
I'm gonna lose this. It's gotta go.
Okay, go.
On your point just now, with respect to religion, I think that the Israeli thing was such, in some ways, a gift to the U.S. and the Biden administration, because it was such an easy pivot away from
Ukraine. It was wrapped up.
And the reason for that is largely what you said. We've all got this bred-in fear of Muslims. And that's been bred into us for, like you said, for the last 25 years, either consciously, unconsciously, it's there. And in the West, you can't deny that, right? So it was such an easy target for them, because it was such a great story. It was like, oh my God, Israel's been attacked. Hamas have been slaughtering people left, right, and center. Oh, who's Hamas? Oh, they're like Al-Qaeda, but only in Palestine. Got it. Right? Well, fuck yeah. Like, weren't they doing that 20 years ago? And they're still, like, it was such an easy thing to get people on board. However, this is what I'm noticing, and watch for it. You're going to start to see the narrative shift as the bombs drop in Gaza. And you're already starting to see it with the media, compared to like a few days ago. They were all like, well, fuck yeah, they got to go in. They got to like just slaughter them all, genocide, whatever we want to call it. Now, the media is starting to shy back from that. And I think you're going to start to see governments start to shy back from that. Not immediately. They're going to keep pulling the pro-Israel thing for as long as they can. But guys, the demonstrations out in the street, they can't deny that. 50,000 people in London, 20,000 in Toronto. God only knows how many.
We had 10,000. We had 10,000 in Melbourne yesterday, and I think there's going to be another 20,000 in Sydney today. And the New South Wales government was thinking of imposing martial law today to stop the Palestinian protests.
Viva democracy.
Yeah. So if you go back to who benefits from this Israeli, confrontation, maybe they knew more than they thought, or they say they did, right? Because this certainly helped Netanyahu. It certainly helped Biden, or what they thought was a good, easy shift. But I don't think that shift is going to be easy as they thought. I think they're going to get a lot more pushback than they expected. This isn't 2002.
Yeah, and I want to say on this point, if Drew and Upgrade will allow me, I'll ask permission first. I just want to say that the demographics of Israel are changing, and the character of Israel as a nation is changing. Israel used to be, for a very long time, filled with liberal Jews who are the type of people that we imagine when we think of Israelis in Tel Aviv. But it's become filled now, because of demographic shifts and differences in fertility rate, filled with increasingly Orthodox Jews, the types that we think of as filling up Jerusalem, right? And so it's changed a lot. Israel has become, hi Prada, Israel has become a much more hardline Jewish country. And I think that Americans haven't realized that, right? Because impressions are kind of, they lag behind the reality of the situation. So we still kind of think, oh, Israel is this nice liberal country. We might realize, hang on a second, Israel has changed. The relationship to Israel needs to change too. I think that's very possible.
It's very difficult. IDF female soldiers are also hot. So
they are.
It's very hard not to support them.
That's a great point.
Hey, can I go?
Go. Only for talking about IDF soldiers.
No, I just wanted to say from a Southeast Asian atheist point of view, all this Muslim hate, Christian hate, Jew hate. Muslims and Christians and Jews are the exact same religion. Jews came first, and then Christians came along, and then Muslims came along from the same religion. It's the same religion. It's the same religion fighting each other.
He's right. You're shaking your head, but he's right.
The Protestants and fighting the Catholics is like the Sunnis fighting the Shiites. They're just different branches of the same thing with different stories.
30% of Germany's population was destroyed due to the 100 Years' War between Protestants and Catholics. Just because it's the same religion doesn't mean anything.
It's the same religion.
So they're still going to fight.
It's just the political leaders using the religions as justification to fight each other.
Yes,
and we're watching from the sidelines.
Every Christian and Muslims.
Yeah, I want to hear what the Swiss has to say about hearing this.
What are you talking about? Man, come on. You cannot say that Muslim, Christians, and Jews are the same. It's how you can say that?
They are human. They are human. They are human.
Man. What the
They all
hell?
believe in Abraham, don't they? They're all monotheists. They're all monotheistic religions that came out of the Mesopotamian region.
It's just like Switzerland, Germany, and Austria is the same.
Yeah, we're the same. We're all the same.
There's definitely the Jewish one out of the three.
Okay. Let me answer your question with a question. What is the difference between Christianity, Islam, and Judaism?
We don't believe in the same things. Come on.
What specifically?
I heard this one.
Let's continue this train of thought.
You asked me a question and then you interrupt me straight up. How should I respond to that? I've been holding my finger for I don't know how long.
I can answer the question of coping. Andrew, you will understand.
Let Upgrade speak.
Andrew, you will understand.
Let Upgrade answer. Let Upgrade answer first, and then you can add on if anything. Please, Upgrade. Go ahead. Sorry.
You forgot.
Actually, I didn't want to talk about that at all. I wanted just to go with the point from Madlat, who had a very good point. Everybody wants a better life. About the other thing, about the religious thing, right? Listen, not all Muslims are fucking terrorists and want to kill you. Are they some? Yes, they are. There are some crazy dudes who want to kill Jews or kill Christians, and they say it. They have a constitution, and they say clearly, first, kill the Jews. Second, kill this. Third one, do that. Then I think it's my perspective, right?
I think Christians say the same about Muslims.
Let him talk.
No, I'm not saying all. That's why I said it beforehand, right? Not all Muslims are terrorists, but there is some people, like there's some Christians who are crazy. There's some Hindus who are crazy. There's some everywhere. There's some crazy dudes who use the religion as a tool.
Okay, what you said, your objection was that Muslims and Christians and Jews were the same, as Drew was saying. And I actually agree with you. What is the difference? My question to you was very specific.
Let me answer, Coping. Let me answer your question, and let me, Andrew, let me teach you the difference between Jews, Christians, and Muslims. A very short explanation of it.
Why are we going this
Judaism is an ethnocentric religion, which Christianity and Muslim are not. They are not ethnocentric per se. Secondly, for Islam, because of the text, of the religious text, Abraham, which is the ancestor of Jews, had two children, Ismail and Isaac. So Ismail, which is the ancestor of the Arabs, and it's written in the Hebrew text. So for the Muslims, for the Arabs, they are also a descendant of Abraham. And the Muslims are not ethnocentric. And the Christians with Jesus, I'm explaining you, and with Jesus is bringing a new alliance which is not ethnocentric. Which is not
everything you've said so
ethnocentric.
far,
I don't really
everything
care
you've said
about
so
that.
far, I know. I can also say Jews and Muslims and Christians are different because Muslims can't eat pork, Christians sometimes can't eat fish, and Jews can't eat something. And they have different festivals, and they are different. I know, but they are all from the same core religion. You can't argue.
Yes,
they are all from
yes,
the
they
same
have the same, they have the same root, but they differ.
Here we are
And
talking about
today
one
different.
religion. What about the Taoists? What about the Hindus? What about the Buddhists? What about all the thousands of religions around the world?
Drew,
It's just one religious
Hinduism and
group.
Buddhism has the same root, but they are totally different.
Okay.
Yes, I know.
Drew, the difference is that the God of the Christians, of the Muslims, and of the Jews is technically the same, but it is not the same. The God of the Jews is a punishing God, which is very funny because the Jews
that's
don't
Old
seem
Testament.
to care
Yes,
much about it. The God of the Christians is the God that gives the other face, is the suffering God, is the God of the love. And the God of the Muslims is the God that offers you the salvation,
God of love.
that gives you everything written how your life should be followed from. So this is the same God, but technically very different gods. The Christians the Christians don't believe in the punishing God. The Christians believe that God is always forbidding.
Well, thank
the
God
God
the
of
Muslims
Jew-
get what they want because I
So,
could.
hey, hold on. Is God white or black?
The
in
Muslims get.
Ethiopia, in Ethiopia is brown. In Ethiopia is brown.
So the
Anyway,
so it's
you
like
know,
the
there's one
it's
thing.
like the same mother, but you know the brother, the big brother, the younger brother, and the sister, right? All see the mother differently. No, they are all different mothers. The mother will scold the big brother a lot, and then but will love the small little girl a lot. And then the middle one, they will always forget about that. You know, the little
It's
brother.
true. Yes.
To be honest.
But the mother tends to forgive the little brother more than the older brother.
So
True
from the
or
point
not?
of view of the older brother, their God is like punishes them. From the middle son, the God always treats them nice, loves them a lot. You know. For the younger son, the God is like this. It requires them not to eat pork, basically.
To be honest,
it's
to
the
be honest,
different perspective
to be honest, I
Good
don't really give
charade. Quite true.
I don't really give a fuck about which imaginary guy from the sky you support. I just want to say, stay away from
all
Catholic
power to
Church.
Chitulu.
Stay away from Catholic Church. These are the wrong ones. Between them all, these ones are the wrong ones.
But I think we just resolved the biggest mystery about these Abrahamic religions. Like we kind of just solve it, like to make it understandable now. Like previously it's a bit vague. Now I think we solve it. I think we have successfully created a world.
I like how Prada summed it up. Yeah, it was a good summary.
Yeah, it is.
Upgrade
Drew, I just wanted to add.
Yeah,
Drew, I just wanted to add one thing. One clear thing. Yeah. There is no Mao Zedong in the sky.
Oh.
Yeah.
But I just said all bow to Chitulu. Not Mao Zedong, Chitulu.
So, actually, what have they done with Mao's corpse? Have they done a similar thing as Lenin's corpse?
Can I ask you
how they
guys,
preserve Lenin?
No more black holes. No more black holes. No, let's get back to topic and title. I came a little bit late. How much have you guys been talking about this Hamas Israel thingy?
Oh, we done with
the whole time.
We done with that.
You sure about that? Because
we try so hard to go into Ukraine war, right? But every time we talk about Ukraine war, we go back to Israel.
Please don't go back. Please.
Okay.
I'm begging
Have you addressed Hezbollah?
Yeah. For 2 hours and a half.
Okay, cool.
Hezbollah not really. Only talk about Hamas.
Look, guys, the thing I think it will be very interesting. The next big international forum will be in Dubai on the 30th of November, and I'm very curious what will the rest of the world say to the Europeans and Americans, teaching them how about human rights, rule of law, and all that thing. I think the West will be so shamed in November in Dubai.
Yep. That's the problem when you start being on the wrong side of history.
There is no God. End of.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
All right.
So, Ukraine war.
Ukraine war.
Yeah.
I think
listen,
I
want to say something about
imagine
Ukraine.
like this. Imagine this. Van der Leyen or Borrell or Baerbock or Scholz, whoever, or Macron, come to these meetings and say, Ukraine! And someone from outside screams, Gaza!
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Anyway, where is Macron? Where is Macron?
I'd like to talk about Ukraine now. Okay, so
Wyatt,
I'm gonna share Wyatt. I'm gonna share my screen
plug.
if
I'm
that's
just gonna
fine. If
plug.
you can put me on.
I'll plug very shortly. It's just a plug for DPA content. We just did a recording here tonight. We did a recording. I'm just gonna plug it. It pertains to the topic. I'm just saying, subscribe to DPA Open Mic and keep a watch on the videos on this regarding the neighbor of Israel, which is Egypt, where we do a deep dive. Why is this country, which is one of the more significant ones, well, what can they do? What are they doing? What is their circumstances? That's all.
They can do fuck all. That's it.
Yeah, so I'd like to talk about the Ukraine war. I think we've talked enough about Israel-Palestine. I think we should close and talk a little bit about Ukraine. So if Wyatt, if you can share my screen, I'm sharing your mapping here, if that's okay, on the situation in Avdiivka. So I just want to pull this up and talk about it a little bit. It's very interesting because this is basically it's kind of this pocket, right, that that Russia has in their front line, or that Ukraine has rather. They have the salient here in Avdiivka, and Russia is trying to close this right now. I mean, I think that this would be a really huge victory for Russia. And I want to echo something that Alan was talking about in the Telegram chat earlier regarding Avdiivka. We are moving into a time now where in a couple of weeks, the rain is going to start. The Rasputitsa season is going to start. The summer's coming to an end. It's time for mud, and it's going to produce the ability for people to move in Ukraine. Now, if Russia can basically put some pressure on this road here, that's going out from Avdiivka, as well as this road here going to Orlivka, if Russia can take enough land just to put these under partial fire control, they will have basically operationally encircled Avdiivka, as they call it. Now, the advantage of operationally encircling them just means that it's going to be very hard to supply Avdiivka going forwards. And as we go into the fall, everyone's going to get bogged down, and Russia was going to have fire control over these muddy roads where the vehicles are just getting stuck. I think that we're going to see Russia settle in to siege down Avdiivka over the course of the fall and the winter. So right now, for the next 2 weeks, they're going to take an offensive to grab as much land as they can, close this neck as much as possible, and then for the entire fall and winter, they're going to let Avdiivka sit and siege, and they're just going to starve it out, just like they did with Bakhmut. Remember, they started to attack Bakhmut at the end of summer, really. I think it was after Lysychansk, which was September, so I think they really started in October, just like where we are now. And then they sieged Bakhmut. I mean, Bakhmut was kind of operationally encircled like this, more or less. It was in a fire bag, just like this, for about 6 months through the entire fall, the entire winter, and then in the spring, they finally attacked and took the city. I think we might see that again in Avdiivka. In a sense, what Bakhmut was to last winter, Avdiivka will be to this winter. So that's my theory about Avdiivka.
Two questions. Can you put the map a bit big again?
Nope. Okay. Yeah. Sorry.
Disappeared. No.
We'll put it back. My bad.
Yeah.
Oops.
So, is it
Sorry.
true that we have?
I like this.
Is it true that they say that in AVDIIVKA there is a lot of international consultants? We'll call it mercenaries and so on. So, did the Russians took Berdichi or not?
Berdichi.
Berdaichi, no. No, they
No.
did not.
Okay.
They did not capture that.
Because
in fact,
the
there
West
is a disputing. So the pro-Ukrainian side is saying that the Russians are nowhere close to Berdaichi, whereas the Russian sources saying that they are just on the outskirts of Berdaichi. They are entrenched just outside,
so it's
preparing
like
for counterattack. So no,
like-
depending on who you want to believe. But I got a feeling that the Ukrainians are more correct. Usually, the Ukrainians seems to be more accurate because they are more
usually
conservative.
they are the liars.
Yeah.
What about the Ukrainians saying that the Russians lost immense piece of equipment in trying to
It's like
get it? Is it
That's
true?
true.
Is it not true?
That's true.
It's
That's true.
slightly true because there is already a lot of footages and photos showing that the destroyed equipment. But the thing is, they are on the offensive. They are pushing a strongly defended line, so that is of expected. So
Yeah, and it's not
How many troops are we talking?
It's not like
a lot
in
of those
Rambo 2,
casualties were the Storm Z guys, and a lot of their units were pushing past and bypassing strong points, so they took more casualties, but that was because they were pushing hard to get to where they wanted to go. So I mean, yeah, they took more casualties, but they're still accomplishing what they want, which is pushing forward and bypassing positions to get better places. I mean, they've already got operational encirclement of AVDIIVKA. They've already got fire control over anything out of there, with everything down to 120 millimeter mortars. So there's nothing moving that's not getting targeted. It's just a matter of finishing off whatever's holding them up to close it off. But AVDIIVKA's, they can leave and get shelled just like in Bakhmut, or they can stay and get shelled.
How many Ukrainian soldiers are defending it? I can't imagine many.
About 50,000.
50?
Yeah.
That would be too much.
No,
I heard
15.
I heard
15,000.
No, 50. 50.
Maybe a couple thousand. Who
Not
knows?
all, not all in same area, but that's because that's the biggest fortification Ukraine have in front line, and that's in that area.
I gotta believe, guys, that they're not they'll siege what they need to, but they're just gonna keep moving forward. I think that Russia sees an opportunity for them to really move forward and capture territory and force a surrender. I think Zelensky is probably going to be more amenable to discussions because he's going to be forced to it. So I think if I'm the Russians, I'd be moving forward offensively, all fronts.
Well, offensively, I think Russians might move. You've got the conflict zone north of AVDIIVKA and south of. If both fighting forces move north, essentially what they're going to do is take twice as much land. The northern front can move, send maybe a quarter of its brigade southern to support the northern invading troops that come up from the south. So the northern combat zone will send a quarter of its troops south. The southern combat zone would send all their troops north, and 3/4 of the troops at the north would head north, making another cauldron sack and enclosing the northern section. Because I think what you're going to see a land grab. Russia already knows that Ukraine's days are numbered, and it's only a matter of time before they pull the pin. Russia's going to try and establish as much of a landhold as they can, as quickly as they can, while Ukraine is on the back foot. So rather than sending the northern force down and the southern force up, I think you might see both forces move up so that they grab another zone while they take AVDIIVKA. And it won't be actually taking AVDIIVKA. It'll be more a war of attrition for the next maybe 3 weeks, where if they get the supply lines,
the soldiers are just going to fall anyway. You can't shoot back if you don't have bullets.
Upgrade.
Exactly.
Upgrade.
Exactly. It's not important how much equipment Russia is losing because they can replenish it, right? They have more equipment, they're building new tanks, new things, new drones, and so on. And Ukraine is losing the support of the most important ally they have, the US. So meanwhile, they can manage to lose equipment. Ukraine cannot. That's the big factor, right? So every time they're losing men, every time they're losing equipment, every time they lose 100 meters or 200 meters, it's very, very hard for them to get it back. We saw it with Rabotino, right? Rabotino was, you saw how it was. It was horrible. They're now inside a cold room, and the Russians just wait and they let them come, and they just shoot the shit out of them. And it's continuing like that until there is no resistance anymore. And then when there is no resistance or there's a weak point, they will push through, and then they will have to pivot, and they will have other breaches to actually take over. And that's how it will be. So until the resistance is there, and until they can replenish AVDIIVKA, who is actually, I think there's underground tunnels, there is this huge fortified place, so it's not going to be easy to take this place, definitely for the Russians.
That's why it's just easier to starve the whole general location of supplies and goods. So if you get the southern front that moves up, cuts the main road off. I mean, basically what you're going to do. So the Ukrainian soldiers aren't going to come back out on the main road. If the southern forces, the combat forces of Russia on the southern skirts of AVDIIVKA can just hit that main road, they're naturally going to force the Ukrainians to take a more northern route, which puts them closer to the northern tactical force. So you don't have to move that northern force far at all. You're just going to move the southern force
up. It open, right? They want to keep it open.
They want to keep it open just a little bit, but they want to control the door. They want to.
Not just that, they also attack from inside. Like if they were trying to close it from inside, which they are not. They are just obliging the Ukrainians to come inside and defend that other part. And they already survived that. How come are they falling into the same trap? A city that is completely destroyed.
So for AVDIIVKA, right, there is only one road out. That is the only road out is the one south of Berdaichi. There's only one road. The one just now, Archimedes was saying, the one the north, that is not a road. That is actually a railway track, and there is already, so there is already fighting on that railway track. It's already out of order. You can't use it. There's only one road. So that went through Leshtokine. So that's the only road. So once that road is actually, so that's why I was in my reports I say there was only 2 towns from the top and 2 towns from the south. If the Russians captured any of the 2 towns from either flanks, that road is under fire control and it's basically operational encirclement. So it's actually a very, very lousy lousy city to hold because it's actually so vulnerable. But yeah, that's where they held the line.
Also, quite interesting what was talking about the supplies. You see, like when we saw this week, all these airplanes coming from Poland to Israel. How is the Ukrainians going to survive without supplies from the West? They are diverting everything to Israel. They are so afraid of what's going to happen there. They are diverting everything. The Ukrainians must be in panic.
Because this way they don't lose the war. You see, they can actually say that they didn't lose the Ukraine war because they had a more pressing matter to go help. It's the art of distraction. It's what the magician does. Look at this hand while I steal your wallet with this hand. Yeah, and that's what's going on basically now. And so this way, the people who back Ukraine don't look like such idiots. Yeah, and because they're going to say, "Oh, we're helping Israel." You know what I mean? We have to make we have to make a decision.
Finger fighting.
Yes, sir.
Nunya, you said that Zelensky will be kind of forced by his sponsors to negotiate. With Russia.
I would think so.
Do you really think that Russia? Do you really think that Russia which will probably have the upper hand, want to negotiate anything?
Zelensky's going to go on holiday again, go looking for money, and he's not going to come back one day. Yeah, because he'll be overthrown. He'll be overthrown without actually being there. He won't actually be there. There'll just be a coup that overthrows him to make him come out smelling like roses.
How are they gonna talk peace when they change the law? Is a crime.
That's not relevant. I mean, the Russians, if they are in an upper end position, will not certainly bring any agreement with the West because they don't believe them anymore.
Yeah, no, and when
they sign
I
a
say
paper, it has no value. They know it.
Yeah, when I say negotiate, I mean complete capitulation to Russia. But my point is, let's say, for example, that Putin and the Russian leadership had a 18-month plan moving forward, right? And they thought that they would grind it out for the next whatever, and that's all in their plan. The events of the last week have now, I think, accelerated that plan. It has to, because now I think, whereas right now it's kind of a political stalemate on the negotiation side, I think the West, they've been washing their hands of Ukraine even before Israel. Now they're going to be kicking Zelensky out the door as fast as they can. So what that's going to mean is political pressure on him to come to the table. And if he now comes to the table, then Putin will have pressure on him to come to the table, is my point. So if I'm Putin, I'd be like, okay, Operation Meat Grinder, that's over. Now we've got to go to the next phase of the plan, which is Operation Grab Odessa, do whatever it is we were planning on doing, holding it, and then getting them to capitulate. I think that they'll probably accelerate that.
Nonia, do you really think?
What about the Mad Lad scenario? The Mad Lad scenario is actually quite interesting. Zelensky knows if we are near the end, his life expectancy will be reduced extremely. So the best thing this guy can do, like Mad Lad was saying, is for him to disappear, to one day don't come back, because he's a musician. So Nunia, imagine a scenario where the elites, Zelensky is not there, and Ukraine falls down in a fight for leadership. How could you see that rolling?
Well, I think that whole leadership thing, I think that the people in Ukraine, they've completely given up on Zelensky. So he's got to go. And actually, Aristrovich, or whatever his last name was, he came out with in an article just today basically saying that the leadership has to go. So I think that going back to our previous conversation, will Zelensky be pushed out? Yes, one way or another. Who takes over? I would think Budanov would be the most likely.
Budanov, yeah.
Can Von go, please?
Yeah, the whole thing with the Ukrainian army is Russia's been pushing all along the front. They constantly do it. They've been doing it. They've in the last few weeks, even before this Israeli shit started, they were pushing. Obviously, they found a weak spot. They're pushing through the weak spot. Ukraine doesn't have enough guys to send here and send there to respond to them, so they're getting pushed back. They're panicking. I mean, if you're on the ground and you're in Ukraine, you know that the fucking gravy train's getting cut off. So, you know, I could see there's a little bit more panic probably. People are worried about what's going to happen next. The Russians are pushing. Even though they're taking casualties, those casualties overall in the big picture are meaningless other to the families of the dead. I mean, they're bypassing objectives or strong points to get to other places. They'll mop up after that, just like they always do, ruthlessly and efficiently. They'll take casualties, but the Ukrainians will take way, way, way more. And as far as negotiating with Zelensky, the Russians will negotiate when they're ready to, which will not be until the Ukrainian army is not a resistance anymore. They don't exist anymore. They can roll where they want. there's no incentive for Russia to do anything before that.
Can I interject before the rest of you answer? Because this has a little bit to do with this Zelensky thing. I don't really see where he matters. What if Zelensky is removed? That doesn't necessarily change the military result of the Ukrainian army. So
it means they can negotiate with Russia.
I guess I should clarify. I guess it depends on how he gets removed, right? It's not off the table to see like some sort of coup in Ukraine and finding Zelensky just hanging from a flagpole somewhere, and whoever takes over, whoever it may be, I can likely see that happen because the Ukrainian army looks like they're all defeated. Even the people who are on the front lines are all but defeated. Like they're not holding. The lines are breaking. The army is all but done. So then what? You have to have somebody there who's able to say, okay, we're ready to negotiate a surrender. And I think that could be a likely scenario. Either he gets pushed out or thrown out, if you know what I mean.
Okay, before it disappears again, come on, Toronto Brad.
Toronto Brad. Hey, buddy.
Okay.
Jeez, he left again.
And he's gone. He dropped.
The thing is that for me, it's very difficult to imagine that the character Zelensky, that hero that the Europeans constructed his image on, it's very difficult to understand that he will be the one sitting on a negotiation table. So I think Zelensky will have to go before. The Europeans are fed up. They can't pay anymore because we lost the economic war, especially the Europeans more than the Americans. We lost the economic war. We are on the brink of losing the informative war, and we already lost the geopolitical war. So we need to get out because staying longer means worse results. So I think Europeans will make Zelensky disappear, or you will understand and be intelligent enough and disappear. But the
what do you mean? What do you mean disappear?
Mass murder. He can't sit on the peace deal table.
Prata, what do you mean disappear? You mean they're gonna kill him?
No,
or he is intelligent enough and disappears. He makes himself disappear.
How he disappears is up to him. Let's put
How about
exactly
one thing for sure. One thing for sure. Do you really think the Azov guy just gonna watch him? Okay, I'm gonna talk the Russian.
No, that's what I'm telling you.
They're gonna say, okay, go on, lad, go on. We wanna see peace. I don't think so. They're gonna
whatever
kill him.
the Russians don't want to take,
they're gonna
whatever
kill
the
him
whatever the Russians don't want to take, it will fall down to warlords, or even Poland decides to take a little bit of it, or Hungary, or even Romania. But the most probable scenario, like what Vojdopov was saying, is that the Azov, all these little groups, they are not going to. They are not powerful enough, but they are not going to work with the final solution. So they will become little warlords here and there, wherever they find some space to impose their stupid tyranny.
Like I said, they're gonna kill him. Even live TV to make a statement.
Oh,
whatever is coming left, whatever is coming next. Don't talk to Russia.
Wait. Let Toronto Brad introduce himself before he got disconnected.
He's muted.
Hey, Brad. Unmute yourself and say hi if you like, mate.
He's muted.
He's trying to unmute himself.
He can't.
He's still muted.
He's still muted.
We almost had him.
Up a little, Brad.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Brad.
It's the little dot on top.
Welcome to the Open Mic, Toronto. Please introduce yourself. I assume you're in Toronto, Canada, or something like that. But whatever, please go on.
Yeah, so I'm in Toronto. I follow this channel for a long time, And I follow all of the channels like History Legends, Weeb Union, and all of the same channels that you guys all follow. And I also follow the Duran as well. I follow the Duran channel as well. And yeah, it just, my eyes are open to the hypocrisy right now with this war in Israel is just insane, because the things that Israel is doing is the same things that Russia did. Even Russia didn't even do what Israel is doing, and everyone's losing their minds when Russia does it. And then when Israel does it, everyone is supposed to cheer for the carnage that they're doing in Palestine. It's ridiculous, you know. That's why I wanted to come on, because it's just, I had that saying, like, when Russia does it, it's a war crime. When Israel does it, you have to cheer for it. And when the United States does the bombing of the apartment building, it's like a collateral damage, you know. So yeah, that's just my feeling. It's just my view.
Brad, I don't want to defend the Russians, but I think for a conflict of this magnitude, the casualties within the civilians are extremely low. What we see a carnage is within military personnel, not civilians. What is happening in the Middle East is an announcement of a carnage of civilians, which is something different.
Shut up, please. Sorry, one moment. He just came on. Now things are working. He's a very new panelist. So I have one question for you. You being from Toronto and stuff, like Canada. So you're from the same country as Nunya. So from where you are at, because even though you are the same country as Nunya and whatever, that doesn't actually, I know that doesn't say much. I'm from a small country, and I know just moving from one side to the other and things can change really quickly. So from where you're at, where is the general perception and attitude of the people you know? And if you choose to distinguish and make nuances, by all means. But when it comes to, well, these are the contemporary topics of the open mic. What are the general sentiments of the people that you know from where you're at regarding the Ukraine war and the Israel-Palestine conflict? At whatever order and whatever degree you choose, please.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, I'm from Canada. I work at a warehouse. I'm a warehouse worker. You guys watch my channel, Toronto Bread. You guys know I work in a warehouse, and it's Amazon. It's an Amazon warehouse, you know, for Amazon. And the people that I know, we're in Canada. We're not in the States. We see the hypocrisy. It's ridiculous, and everybody is like, you know, they're like, this is just straight hypocrisy. Like, if the U.S. did something like that, then what happens? Oh, it's collateral damage. Or if Israel does it, oh, we have to cheer them on. So basically on the news channels here in Canada, they're like, you got to cheer on Israel. And you're seeing the buildings being bombed, the little kids, their heads one place, their leg is the next place. You know, then when Russia does it, bring them to The Hague. Bring everybody from Russia to The Hague. They do. And you know, the funny thing is, when Russia did it, they didn't even really do it. It's like their missile got hit by air defense missile hits another building, and then there's the damage to the whatever apartment building. But Israel straight up just going after block after block of apartment buildings, just killing without any sense of reason. And it's just hypocrisy. And then where I live, like I said, in Toronto, in my warehouse where I work with the people that I interact with, we're all like, it's just hypocrisy. And we don't like our president here, our prime minister here, Trudeau, Castro's son. I call him Castro's son. Nobody likes him. I'm going to vote for the PPC, the Bernier.
Bernier, you're a Bernier bro in the wild. I didn't think there were a real species.
5 minutes in, and I can say you are pro-Russia.
No, I think he's pro-choice. You don't have to be pro-Russian or pro-Ukraine. He's pro-Canadian.
No, he's definitely pro-Russian.
Being pro-choice equals being anti-Semite.
Anyways, here's one more thing, Wyatt. One more thing, Wyatt and company. The money. We in Canada and in the United States too. So in the United States, we have our cities are falling apart. No infrastructure, no money for subways, no money for housing. And here's my country, Canada, giving $10 billion to Ukraine. Toronto is falling apart. I've been to Singapore. Singapore is an amazing city. I went down Orchard Road. I stay at Orchard. I was on Orchard Road. The street is all granite, pavers all polished. Man, if you come to the United States or Canada, the cities here are destroyed, and all of our money is going to Ukraine, right? And like $100 billion from US, $10 billion from Canada. Could you imagine if we spent all that money in our cities? People in the United States, people are pooping in the streets. Like, what's going on? Like, don't you care about your own people? What's wrong? Like, I don't get it.
By the way, Singapore is not so perfect.
Toronto, I think you said something really important.
For 4 hours.
The money invested in that stupid war in Ukraine.
Please don't be rude and interrupt. Bosch was responding to it. Let him take his chance. I mean, there are other people holding their fingers up here with all these fingers. There are other people in line.
Okay, coping. No, I think it's okay. The thing is that Toronto touched at something very important. $10 billion. We made today a video about Egypt. Egypt is changing the face of the country by creating an artificial river that will enhance the land area of the country in 20%, where they can irrigate land, new arable land. It's impressive. 10 billion euros. A dam in Africa, one of the biggest problems in Africa that is producing so much immigration to Europe is the fact they don't have enough energy. Without energy, they can develop any industry. One dam in Africa, it's $1 billion. With 10 dams in Africa, we would solve the energetic problem in Africa. But we are spending money for nothing. We talk every day about climate change.
Who's gonna
CO2.
work? Who's gonna come to Europe to work for Uber, McDonald's, and stuff? That's the thing. The West don't want to let the Africans suffer, so they can come to Europe and sweep the street and, do the job no white people want to do.
The suffering of going in a stupid boat crossing the Mediterranean. The people that die in the process, the stupid wars.
They love that.
Kill people for nothing. Like Toronto was saying, one of the richest countries in the world, and their cities have no infrastructure, or everything is falling down. How is this possible? How can we citizens be so blind and eat all this propaganda and never say anything? How is this possible? Democracy.
Well, to give you a bit of context, the capital budget backlog in Toronto is over $30 billion. So they've currently got this backlog, and this is just keep the lights on, upgrades, repairs, just standard stuff. $30+ billion in their capital plan. And we're taking $10 billion and sending it off to get recycled. It's a joke. Toronto floods. Every time there's a heavy rain,
it's for a good cause,
downtown
man.
Toronto,
Come on,
flood.
it's for a good cause. They need that, so they need to fight with Russia there, so the Russians won't go to Canada and kill all you guys.
See, that's why. Thank you, Vaz. That's what I needed to hear. Love you, bud. Okay, I'm on board again. Fuck them all. Yeah, it's a joke, man.
It's all in name of democracy.
Yeah, so I feel that is the problem with elections. Like, I'm not sure how good is the elections. Is it American standard or is it Asian standard? Because Asian standard is actually very good. American standard is rubbish, but people have to go and vote because I think the elections are very optional. And a lot of people haven't even go to vote and they just give up. They just say that now we can't change things. The election doesn't work. My vote doesn't work. I think that mindset have to change. People have to go and vote because if you don't, you're just empowering this whatever rubbish leaders that you guys have to continue to do whatever they are doing.
People always say vote is important. At the moment, UK is at war with Russia. Without they say, but they are. I've never seen a country in the West so into this thing the way UK is. But everyone is saying, the conservatives been in the power for 12, 13 years. It's time for them to leave. I agree. But look who's coming. They come with the same ideology. Who the fuck am I supposed to vote? I'm not voting. Fuck that.
I smell a cup of coup coming to the UK. They've been for too long time. It's a cup of coup coming on their way.
I don't
It's
think
been
so.
what, 400 years or so?
or no, maybe it can be an uprising, royalist uprising. They want the king to run the country, take over. No, the democracy experiment has failed. No, we need monarchy.
Wait, do you remember who is the king of England now?
Don't go there. Don't go there.
I know.
Please don't go there.
Yes.
No, maybe this is the next king. Well, this king is a bit
okay.
too old.
Okay,
already,
then I agree.
Canada's already got a king. He just wears backface and calls himself Trudeau.
Oh no, he's not a king. He's a princess. Oh yes.
It's actually a very, very interesting side note that there's at least 5 of us is at least former colonies or currently in the UK. The Voss is in the UK. Then Mad Lad is a former colony. Nunia and Toronto is both former colony. I'm also former colony. So we are all
my king is their king
of the Commonwealth.
My king is your king. Why?
No, we rejected
he's king of Canada as well, and Australia. Yeah,
my king's Elvis. I got the king. It's Elvis, mate. Yeah.
I don't care why you say Mad Lad, but King Charles is your king.
Okay.
May I
If you're part
suggest
of the Commonwealth, that means King of England is your king.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but there's only one king, and it's Elvis. He died. He died on the throne. He was having a turd on the toilet when he died. That takes a real king.
I got the feeling King Charles is king of Switzerland as well.
Australia, even though we're part of the Commonwealth, I wouldn't call us highly like we follow the monarchy as such. We've got our own problems in Australia. Let's face it, the animals here are more of a concern to Australians than the monarchy. We got dangerous spiders, snakes, sharks, jellyfish, crocodiles, octopuses. You name it. If it looks at you here, it can probably kill you. You know what I mean? So.
However, Mr. Your identity, your national identity is defined not by the wildlife of your country. Your national identity happens to be defined and made by an empire that is, well, I'm not sure what opinion do you have of the UK, really. I mean, both you and Nunia, you are from Commonwealth countries, but not the same. You're from the other side of the world, yet somehow you have some connection to that crown of the British.
Well, Australia was like the last prison colony of Britain. Basically, we were the last country found. We were the last place they could send the people who stole a loaf of bread to, just to colonise the place. You'll find now the former British people here only make up a fraction of the population. We have 180,000 legal immigrants a year. We actually turn back boats from the ocean because so many people drown. Look, it's not just the drowning. When they hit shore in northern Australia, they don't realise we've got saltwater crocodiles. They get bloody 5 kilometres inland. They die of dehydration. Yeah, they're getting bitten by snakes. They got no. I feel sorry for any invading force to Australia. Forget about our army. Worry about our snakes. You know what I mean? Like we had a great war in the 30s against the emus. We didn't win that. The emus beat the Australian army. We were firing machine guns because we had excess machine guns from the First World War. We couldn't beat the emus in Western Australia.
But to be fair, the emus are pretty, like, they don't seem like it, but they're actually really badass. If they can defeat a modern army with First World War machine guns and shit like that, honestly, you have to give some fucking mad respect and
Yeah, the
healing to
freaking
that.
dinosaurs, man. No, dinosaurs live for so long, not for
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
So some of the boats that Mad Lab was talking about, the Rohingyas came and then, you know.
So before we go into emus and shit, so because the question I asked was more like UK, right? And both Canada, which is Nunez's place, and then you have Australia, right? Like, what do you got? What is the sentiment of people where you guys are from? What do you guys yourself think? Like, that this royalty, this Commonwealth idea, that you have anything to do with Britain? I get it that you are from a prison island.
I think
with all this, but
it's a matter of people in the Commonwealth are united by having friends across the ocean. One reason Australia is totally different to Canada and a lot of other Commonwealth countries is geographically we're isolated. I mean, we had American settlers here on islands killing seals and whales and taking the blubber back to America. They never really colonised Australia because Australia was too far. We had the Dutch here before the English, which not many people know about. The Dutch were here 100 years beforehand.
You mean the
maybe
Portuguese?
200.
You mean the Portuguese?
Portuguese.
Was the
A whole heap of people had mapped parts of Australia beforehand. They just never colonised it because
it was too big.
No, they jumped on the land and they probably got bitten by snakes and ran back to their boats. Or they jumped off the boat and a shark got them, or, you know, something unfortunate, and they said, shit, let's not do that again. So they didn't do that. Like, the chances a lot of these people saw Aboriginals is fairly remote. Just the land's so inhospitable. You've got to remember, of the Australian land mass, only 20% is actually houses. It's all, you could basically stick 3 nuclear warheads in Australia and take out 80% of the population. So you've only got Melbourne, Sydney, Brisbane. So Melbourne's got 5.5 million. Sydney's got 7 million. Brisbane's got another 4 million. That's basically the population of Australia. We've only got 25 million. And it's
Fawn,
it's one of those.
have you ever fought a kangaroo? Fawn,
kangaroos?
Have you ever fought a kangaroo?
Have you punched boxers?
No. So we have like local petting zoos and stuff I take my kids to. I wouldn't let them near a kangaroo in the wild. Generally, the only kangaroos you get close to out here are ones that have been hit by cars. You'll generally go up to the kangaroo and you'll check that if it's a female, and you'll check the pouch. If there's a baby joey in the pouch, you'll grab the baby joey out and take it to the vet because they'll live for like several months in their mum's pouch. They're a bit like a baby can live out of the womb at 8 months. Well, it's a bit like a joey. A joey can live out of the pouch. And so you check the pouches. Sometimes if they're really hurt, they become really aggressive. And that's where the local farmer will come down with the gun.
We go the Mr. Controversial. Come on, Michael.
Stop.
Anyway, Nanya, you go. I'm overtaking. You go, Nanya.
But Nunya, before you go, I have to tell you something that I have to tell Madla something that you are already aware of. Madla, we happen to have an ecosystem in the DPA community, and they consist also of other kangaroos that tend to jump around, those on down under like you. So welcome to the Kangaroo Club. You will understand perfectly well shortly. Okay, sorry, Nunya.
Where's Toby?
It's all good. It's all good. I got onto Defence Politics Asia through other people that I think Toronto Brad mentioned, which was Alex Christoforou and Alexander Mercurio from the Duran. And I only got into politics basically in the last 4 years. I've just been a dad. I do the 9 to 5 grind, and just I'm a bit like Brad from Toronto. I'm a bit like Brad from Toronto. When you see the world unfold,
Oh, please,
you
please,
become open to new ideas.
I remind you, the open mic had as a limited time. The question happened to be regarding the Commonwealth countries like Australia and Canada, right? And now I think Nunya, he has been holding it up. It's his turn to answer it, that part. So
Nunya.
Yeah, so to answer your question, I think to give a bit of context, I mean, Canada is not an old country. It was founded in 1867. So, you know, similar to Australia, the familial ties go back. Whoever, can you mute? Yeah, because fucking yeah. Anyway, you know, you've got those connections to England because I mean, 1867 wasn't that long ago. And to give you more context, I mean, where I'm from, I was born and raised in Newfoundland. Newfoundland didn't become part of Canada until 1949. Before that, it was a British colony, right? So both of my parents, for example, were born before 49. So they were British citizens, right? So, you know, that's only one generation back for me. So I think that there was always a connection to England. And I think that as the Queen was the representative of England, she had a lot of support. But I think if you'd ask any Canadian now, like, should we still be, you know, part of the Commonwealth and have, you know, a Governor General and the Queen, now King, on our money and crap like that? No, we'd all say no. It's all fancy nonsense from, you know, hundreds of years ago. It's all mishmash. Like, just get rid of it. I think that that's what most pragmatic Canadians would say now, because number one, it's been a couple generations now, you know, since it's really mattered. And number two, Canada now is so diverse, right? If you come to Toronto, you know, there's just so many different people from everywhere. Who the fuck cares about some guy over in a crown in England, you know, in a castle somewhere?
God save the king. Watch your mouth.
Yeah.
Watch your mouth when you talk to the king.
So yeah, it's just one of those things, right? That we just need to eventually get rid of, but nobody really wants to. You know, it's. You know.
So basically, you are British.
Wait, watch, please. I was a bit rude. I forgot the new guy here who happens to also be from Canada, and I think you might be having your own opinion regarding the British connection to Canada, and maybe just being from a country that happens to be, you know, based on. I mean, it's hardly different from Israel. Just to kind of be a little bit recursive on the topic. Israel is a settler colonial state, like Canada and Australia and the United States, all those countries, they're no different in that regard. So yeah, what is the sentiment on the ground, like when it comes to the propaganda, really on the ground, like when it comes to.
Oh, the propaganda, I think, was the first couple days. Was this directed to me? Sorry.
I think it was for Toronto.
I wanted to. I wanted. Yeah, no, sorry. I didn't mean to go viral on propaganda. I just figured that Toronto could be answering on the facet because he is from Canada after all, so he could be answering on the you know, what is the perception on the ground and his own perception regarding the Canadian and generally the Commonwealth idea, maybe. Yeah, Toronto, Brad, please.
Okay, so for the Commonwealth, like you said, most of the people here in Canada are coming from the former British colonies. So, you know, we understand it. Like, for instance, for myself, my family came to Canada from Trinidad. So Trinidad is a little country off the coast of South America. And right now, we have a lot of people coming from India. So I think India also used to be a part of the Commonwealth. Like, they used to be a British colony. So yeah, most people know about it. It's in the back of our minds, but it's not at the front. It's not at the forefront of our minds. It's not something we think about. Like you said, Toronto, like, so multicultural. Nobody really cares about what's going on in the UK, to be honest. Nobody thinks about it. Nobody.
So Mike, where is Mike?
He's gone.
He's
gone. Oh, he was just saying
backstage.
something.
He's in the backstage. He's actually in the backstage.
Yeah,
because I want to do closing soon.
I want him. I want
Quick.
him to talk about the Russia.
Yes, he wants to talk about Russia.
Yeah, because
Mike.
he always brings good topics to the table.
Mike, who is going to Russia?
Hello, generals. What I see, analyze the war and the Russia offensive. As far as I can see now, it seems like Russia is about to lose siege.
Oh no! Oh no!
This is why we love you, man.
Let him explain his point. Let him.
Yes, poor audio. Let him go, please.
They could repeat what the Wagner achieved in Solidar during the early winter. So they thought they could achieve it. The thing is, the West already ionized all the problems the Ukrainian face in Solidar. So Russia will never achieve what Wagner achieved in Solidar again, because Russia a lack of some key things that they don't do. Ukraine, they have a FPV drone. Ukraine FPV drone, yeah, like a step artillery. Okay,
Yeah.
Bro, Russia has like thousands of FPV drones and thousands of
Don't embarrass
guns.
yourself, Mike. Come on.
I mean,
No, Mike.
come on, dude.
Now
Come
Mike
on.
is watching BBC. He's
Even
good.
the-
He's a
even the
good
BBC
dad.
Even the BBC don't say that.
Mike,
That's precisely good. That's a good. Thank you,
Mike.
Kata. That was actually good.
Mike,
Mike,
let
Mike, instead of answering, no, RL, please. Mike, instead of you going on toe to toe with everyone here on issue to issue, how about you kind of outline what are your main information sources? Because I think that happens to be making a lot of the reaction to this.
Oh no! Mad Lad also has a. Oh, that's a satellite. That's a satellite.
No, stop the fucking bullshit. Let Mike answer, please.
This is not about source of information. This is reality. Okay, like I said before, FPV is the step artillery. Okay, because when FPV hits, you don't know where it comes from. It can come from any direction. Okay, but the artillery, when they aim at you, they can pinpoint where they come from.
That's not the
Bro,
question.
you sound like Hunter Biden. Did you get Hunter Biden's stash? I mean, bro, Russia's got thousands of fucking drones and thousands of guns. They dominate. They have drone superiority.
You know.
BBC needs to fucking quit smoking crack, dude. I don't know who you're watching.
Even Sky News. Even Sky News.
Wait.
Mike wants to go on holidays on Crimea with Zelensky.
Mike,
This is what is going
listen. About FPV drones. You talk about FPV drones. You know that FPV drones are made in China.
Yes.
No,
You
they're
get
actually
them,
made
them on Alibaba. I mean, even Russians can have the exact same models.
Yeah, man.
That is something that's been manufactured
Russia and
in
China
Europe.
are in love.
You see what you just said there. That is what I'm about to say earlier. Like, see, this is the problem Russia is facing. Russia don't manufacture any component like a camera or displays and.
No, the Russians are really bad.
It's made in
The
China.
Russians give children
It's they get it from Alibaba,
pumping them
like
out
the
like crazy.
Ukrainians.
No, gentlemen, please. Like he may not, you may factually disagree with him, and you may be factually correct, but let him at least convey his perception. So then we have something to go on, because then we can actually, again, this is the reason I asked the question: where is the information source you get it from? But Mike, if you could, for the sake of brevity, because you are as you might be noticing, you are getting quite a lot of flack on what is factually contentious, especially around here. So if you could please try to kind of, and the rest of you, please, because I want a conversation. Don't interrupt him. Don't interrupt
very
him, please.
short, Mike.
Let him
Did
answer.
you know that the satellites the Russians sent to the moon, to Mars, they
Prata,
have
you
cameras?
please let him answer.
Asian technology. We're in modern warfare. This is the Asian technology, and we're in modern warfare. Okay, artillery is good, but SCB is the best because SCB is like I said earlier, is a step. You don't know where it comes from. Artillery, when they shoot artillery, they can pinpoint where it comes from, and they send return back to them with a, something really good to them. But with a SCB, right? And again, that is another thing I think Ukrainians are doing right now. They call it chain. That's my own word. I call it chain SPB. Okay, what they do? One drone can fly about 5 FPV at a time. Okay, not like a Russian that maybe one FPV drone
So
for the
Russians
whole.
can fly like 1,000 at a time. You're changing the things. It's the other way around.
Let me finish, please. You see, one FPV drone can fly 3. It's a chain FPV. So like a data dimension, like a data angle. So as they're going forward, they're moving forward. If they hit at Russia with first FPV, there's another one waiting from drone. Another one waiting, but which Russia don't do. Russia don't do that at all. And right now,
Mike,
like I said,
Mike, I'm gonna stop you there. Yesterday, Sky News were saying Russia, the amount of drones they have is like every soldier go like 5. For every soldier, they have 5 drones each. It's different for Ukraine. Ukraine is 1 drone for 10 people.
This is exactly what I'm saying. You see, Sky are just exciting Russians, right? Just to they make somebody look like, oh, you are doing good, but they know that they are not doing it at all. Okay,
no.
Ukraine has so much drone more than Russia, almost at least.
So, Mike, what is your prognosis? When is Russia going to lose the war? Is it tomorrow or on the next Sunday?
I think Mike just stay at home watching the open mic and then say, I'm gonna go to open mic and wind these people up. He's gonna be a joke.
I say Russia about to lose the war. I'm not saying lose the war.
Mike, when is Russia going to lose the war? When is Russia going to lose the war?
Okay, wait. Stop. This is going nowhere.
Russia is about to
closing.
That's a different word.
Stop. This is wait. Mike, wait. Later, do closing. You can say anything you want. No one can interrupt. So let's do closing. We will let my mic start first, so it's easier, so that they can go crazy later. So don't interrupt. Let this closing. So mic start first.
It will be difficult.
It's good to
no interruption.
You guys just let you know that I appreciate all what you guys have been saying. I'm
going to interrupt him.
And I just want to say thank you to all of you guys.
You don't want to finish just now your point that they keep interrupting.
You just come here to wind us up. That's all.
About the Russia, what I'm saying is that right now, Russia are not. What I think, from my own view, that Russia should have done is to focus on Odessa, deny Ukraine access to Black Sea, which is one thing that Ukraine don't want to do. They don't want to be landlocked country. That is the one thing right now. If Russia focus on that, other than that, then I also understand that if Russia focus on Odessa, Ukraine can also focus on the northern side. So that way it will be difficult for Russia to counter them. So I understand what they try to do, but at the same time, I would prepare them to focus. If I was one of their commanders, I would focus on Odessa to deny Ukraine Because if you can deny Ukraine access to Black Sea, no way you could see they will have more relief on the shore, on the Crimea and others. Because if Ukraine come with the boat or something, they will know, okay, this is the West, no longer Ukraine anymore, because they already deny all the access for them to use all those stuff. So that would give them more leverage to say, no, this is not Ukraine anymore, because Ukraine cannot come from other country, because they already become a landlocked, right? Ukraine don't want to become a Hungary. That's one thing they fear most, and they will make them quickly surrender. I mean, negotiate. Not surrender, negotiate. Because when they realize they're going to become a landlocked, they're going to lose everything. So that's my own view, and that's why I thought Russia should focus on and to make this click over, because a lot of guys are dying. I know we are here sitting down on our own comfort life, and the people are in the front line crying, praying that this should just finish. You know, so we are not feel that pain, and I could see that just God at them.
All right.
That's it.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mike. So closing. We are doing closing. So Mike, because there is two more person in the backstage, I will pull you back, and I need to put Alan in, and Coping is also in the backstage. So Matt Lad, closing statement.
Been a pleasure spending the day with you guys, or the morning. It's Sunday morning here. I like to call myself the time traveller, because whenever I'm speaking to people, it's generally a day behind, but not in Singapore, obviously, like Wyatt, but Canada is a day behind. And just take it easy, guys. Have a good weekend, eh?
All right.
And let's politically, let's hope not too many more innocent victims get killed over all this garbage that governments impose on people. You know, like it's the politicians and the rich people who don't get killed. It's the people who can't defend themselves and don't have access to any protection. So, yeah.
All right. So, you and Toronto Brad, I have already emailed you guys the link to join the Telegram chat, the private chat group. So later, see you guys inside. So, Toronto Brad, closing statement. You're still muted.
Muted.
Okay. Yeah. So for my closing statement, I just be wary of the media. You know, have an open mind. Keep watching guys like Wyatt and the other guys on YouTube that we watched, like those other guys. And as far as the AVDIIVKA, I saw you guys are talking about AVDIIVKA. It's going to take some time. Everybody's expecting it to happen in like a week. It might take 3 months, 4 months, just like Bakhmut, for it to fully resolve itself. So give that 3-4 months and you will see what happens, whether it's going to be successful or not. Give it 3 or 4 months and then you'll see the result. And it's nice to meet you guys, and I'll try to make the next chat, and I'll join the Telegram channel, and I'll see you guys then. So thank you for enjoying me, letting me get on the chat with you guys. Thanks so much. Thank you, Wyatt.
Awesome. Thank you. What shall we call you, Toronto, or call you Brad?
Brad.
Either or, Toronto or Toronto Brad, it works. Whatever you guys. If people call me Toronto,
TB.
I'm in another. Okay, guys,
let's call him
I'm not
TB.
I'm in another genre.
I'm joking.
I'm not just in the geopolitical drama. I'm also in another genre of YouTube chat. It's Thailand and Philippines genre. We go to Philippines, we go to Thailand, we have fun. So I'm in that genre too. So I'm also in the geopolitical realm. Like I watch a lot of geopolitical stuff as well. So I'm in these two realms. But yeah, most people call me Toronto Brad, or they just call me Brad. It's all good.
All right, Brad.
What was that?
Right. Okay, Prata.
This week we had some very horrible events. Well, the ones probably we all know about in Israel. It's quite horrific what happened. But nevertheless, the announcement of even bigger catastrophe, which is what the revenge or the somehow reaction from Israel against Gaza, and the announcement how bad that can be. And actually, we should be seeing the UN dealing with this problem with maximum urgency. What we see is actually the opposite. Some countries even announcing they are going to make blind eyes about what's going to happen and so on. And we have to understand that the the big powers in this world, they are in dispute. And the fact that they are in dispute is allowing these windows of opportunity for little powers, regional powers, to change facts on the terrain, to find new positions. And we have to understand they also do this because they understand that the window of opportunity, and these are increasing in number, because the window of opportunity people see is closing, because people see that the Ukrainian war is not going to last much longer. Especially with what happened in Israel now, it's even closing sooner than expected. The big powers of this world, Russia, US, Russia, China, and in novelty, Brazil, India, have to sit at the table and try to find a solution. We need a peace deal, like Nunia was saying, in order to also clarify a new structure of security for the planet, Because we can't go on with this uncertainty when things can happen out of nothing, because the big powers are in dispute with themselves. Hamas got the weapons from somewhere. Israel also got the weapons from somewhere, and they are using them in a way that it was never supposed to be used. And we are closing our eyes, especially in the West, to the probability or the announcement, because the announcement was made, of something horrific. So we do have to hope that very soon, like Nunia was saying, a peace deal in Ukraine is doing, but even before that, before this horrific announcement came to reality, we have to expect that they sit at the table in the United Nations, a new United Nations that is more representative of the whole world, to deal with these problems that are coming almost daily. We are talking about Karabakh. What happened in Karabakh would be impossible a few years ago. And now Israel is just preparing to do the same, but with even more killings. We are seeing in Kosovo things heating up every day, but not in Kosovo, in Myanmar, in Central Africa, everywhere. So I hope the big powers understand the moment has come to stop being childish and be grown-ups like the rest of the world expect them to be.
Thank you, brother. Nunia.
Yeah, I mean, that was all well said. I think that on the Ukraine front, we're going to see a continued grind in AVDIIVKA, as we mentioned, and we talked about. So, and then the Russians will continue their offensive on all fronts, I think. And they're going to see what the geopolitical situation looks like now in Israel, where what the next week looks like, anybody's guess. The things that I've seen personally on social media from the last week, we could be up for anything if now is only when things get serious, because I've seen some horrifying stuff. So it doesn't look good on that front. I think that if Israel goes in, we're in for a real bloody situation. And then other stuff, and I wrote it down so I'd remember. On the market, some big reports coming out, the monthly foreign holders of U.S. Treasuries reports that lists all the U.S. holders of the Treasury by country. It's a really important report. Should come out tomorrow, if not Tuesday. They've been getting kind of late lately in when they release it. But you're going to see a continued downward trend of China's holdings. They dropped another 20 billion last month. And the bigger thing that, if you want to read up on, take a look at Japan's economic problems. Nobody in Western media is talking about some of the problems that the Bank of Japan is having. And if you look at their holdings of gold, that's also going down. And it's not helping. So even though they're unloading their gold, it's not helping the yen. So they're running out of tools in their toolbox. So that's also something that I always keep an eye on. That's it for me. Cheers.
Thank you, Nunia. Voss.
Okay. Slava Palestina. Yeah, it was a good open mic, even though we spent like 2 hours talking about God, who's have the who has the best God in the world.
I'm glad I missed that. Or
Yeah,
we'd be here for another 4 hours.
yeah. So I just want to say it's nice to see new people, and we finally have someone from Australia with that deep Australian accent. Wow. Because most of the Australian guys here, they sound like kangaroos. Sorry, I'm joking. And yeah, upgrade. I still think your country should just join France and German and Belgium became just one country. So you and RL can have the same passport. That's all I gotta say. By the way, Mike, you always come just to wind us up because I've got the feeling you don't believe in the bullshit you say. I've got that feeling. There is no way. There is no way you believe on that. There is no way you believe everything you say. You just come here and say, "Oh, I'm gonna wind these people up." Okay,
He's a
that's all.
believer.
Go on, Alan.
All right. On that note, I missed a lot of the open mic. I was here way at the beginning. Hopefully, I can be here for the next one. But I don't have too much to say. You guys covered a lot of the topics already. But Mike, all I got to say to you, man, is you show me the drone tanks, and I'm gonna have a great day with that. All right, show me the drone tanks from last week. All right, I want to see those drone tanks on the battlefield. If you guys don't get that, you got to go watch the last week's open mic. That's what I'm saying. So get Wyatt those double views. Other than that, everybody else, you can go ahead.
Vaughn, closing.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I don't know if Israel will move this week on the ground. I don't think they will. I think they'll just keep pounding away and kind of see what happens. Kind of keep trying to gauge public reaction and world reaction, see what they can get away with or not get away with. In Ukraine, obviously, AVDIIVKA is probably going to go down here within the next week or so. I think it's just a matter of them figuring out where they can get through. And then the other place is Kupiansk. I would watch that because it's the same situation up there. They're just pushing, and once something lets go, they'll probably push through there too because they're up on the north side. It's real easy to cross there and force, and they already have to some extent. So I think Kupiansk and AVDIIVKA, maybe something in Kremenaya, but other than that, the Russians have shitloads of drones and fuck tons of artillery. And just because the BBC doesn't tell you that doesn't mean it's not true. Y'all have a good week. Love the open mic as always. Good to see the new people. Enjoy.
Thanks, Vaughn. RL.
Well, it was a nice open mic, as usual. We saw new people, new faces. That's great. Well, but about the news, what happened in Palestine and Israel between Hamas and the Zionists? I think that event will even make the shift between the West and the rest of the world even greater. I think that will be the end consequences of it, especially if the focus of the West is going away of Ukraine to Israel. That will show to the entire world that the West is not a reliable partner in any way. Just bring chaos, bring shit. Not having, keeping any words, not even a signature is not respected. So let's see. Voilà.
RL always sound like he's in a fucking romantic French move.
I'm not gay. Don't try with me.
Tous les garçons, les filles dans mon âge se promènent dans les rues de Paris.
Jesus.
Yeah, today was nice open mic, but guys, we need to get this under control with the all speaking over each other, because it's getting really annoying. Today was, for me, was one of the worst open mic from this part. So let's try to coordinate. I know everybody wants to say something and stuff like that, but not even for me to say something. Even sometimes I didn't understand what happened and who is talking. To make my closing real quick, like, let's stop the wars. It's suffering for everybody, and it's horrible to see both sides, right? When you see the pictures in Israel, in Ukraine, the same. I don't know. We should just stop this. It's really getting like depressing to watch this all the time. These pictures, these people dying, and for some territorial gains. Pretty sad.
One more thing, if you believe in God, please don't mix war with God. This is so fucking weird, you know? Because if there is God, there's supposed to be peace. When you believe in God and bring your God into a war, that's fucked up.
Amen.
Hey, I was just gonna piggyback real quick on what RL said. I think like the easiest thing for America or the West rivals to do right now is just spread us out with a lot of distractive different places, just to show our allies we can't keep our promises, because we really can't be everywhere at once. And depending on how things go and where things pop up depends on how we can react. So, I mean, that's really you don't have to shoot anybody. All you got to do is get people stirred up, and, we're here, we're there, we're everywhere. So it's an easy play especially when you got 5 or 6 countries that can be those players.
And coping.
Oh, easy.
Last one, coping. I think only coping happened.
Thank you, Wyatt, and thank you all of you to have participated. It's been a very nice open mic. So I would like to make this an open mic where I actually bring a little bit upper level coping. It is my name after all. Because a trend, and it's like I alluded to when I entered, and it's still the case, and I'm going to be making very clear example why you should be considering the third option. So when it comes to Israel and Palestine, well, I mean, I mentioned this earlier, they already have one thing they didn't have for a very long time, actually ever, a truly neutral third party that has actually proven with the biggest regional players is the power of mediation. So this one is not necessarily given that it will alter the Israeli-Palestine calculus, but it's not something you can put into consideration. Likewise, and I'll tell you just why. You can take a more short-term example why. Take the Ukraine war. Oh, Russia was going to come in and smash them. Well, here we are almost 2 years later. Russia didn't come in and smash them. Russia happened to have quite a lot more broader strategy.
Who said that again?
It's a long one.
Who said that?
Well, some thought that Russia was going to smash Ukraine. Others thought that Russia was going to fall very quickly. But here we are 2 years later. That's the point.
Well,
we have hold on, stop. So
okay. We'll argue this later. I'll talk to you in the
point that I'm trying to make is that despite having all these different people from all over the world, we are not maybe experts, but we're certainly enthusiasts. And you may say that, oh, well, maybe you're not experts. So, well, we may not have access to classified information and such. But you should also note that those people in charge, they have a limitation that we all have. It is time and space. So where they have so much prior education, time changes, voila. Guess what? They are not actually that much more informed than we are. So the point I'm trying to make here is that when you're watching here this open mic, yeah, sure, it may not be something magnificent. And certainly you should not consider it something that you are lectured. But you should definitely do take it into consideration that this is time and thoughts can only be in one place. You got this here on the open mic from all over the globe. That's why you should share it. That's why you should also subscribe in order to get some of the recorded videos that are going to be a little bit more profound on the Israel-Palestine conflict, on the Ukraine conflict, Black Sea, what have you. You get it here on the open mic. And it's not going to be necessarily as messy as here. You think this is messy. If you're already watching, I mean, you're again, a bunch of dudes, random dudes coming from all over the place. And here somehow we're able to take 10 people in the same room talking politics. How long time do you think they're going to stay in the same room before they start veering off into their own corners? That's what's so magnificent with the open mic. That's why you should subscribe and share. And that is why we like you a whole lot more. Wait. Yeah. Only half of you dipshits, I don't need to be rude, but only half of you dipshits have pressed that like button. Half of you watching, kindly press that like button because we will like you a whole lot more than those of you who didn't. And apart from that, thank you all for watching the DPA Open Mic.
Mike, come on, join the Telegram.
Just for the.
We need you there.
Well,
yes, please,
okay,
Mike, join us.
Coping, just want to reply to Coping. What is it about the Russia could have smashed Ukraine? This war is a West war, not Ukraine. If you go after Ukraine, they could have finished by now. Forget about it, right?
Mike, please. Please, those tank drones, please show us those tank drones.
Stop. We're done. Mike, why don't you join us on the Telegram, please? We can have, I guarantee you will, we get to flesh out a lot of this shit.
Please, drone tanks.
No details. Mike, join us. Details later. We're done with the open mic. Mike, please join us in the Telegram.
Mike, you did receive my email, right? Did you receive my email, the link to join the Telegram
I didn't receive your email.
What?
I don't receive your email.
Can you send me in the private chat again? I have your email, but I'm not sure. Maybe that's the wrong one.
Drone tanks.
It's correct
right now.
Yeah, I think should be the correct one. But I will email you again the link to join. You should join, even if you can disagree, but there's actually a lot of things inside the group chat. It's actually quite fun. Yeah, so it's for those that do not know.
Join up, man.
That's watching. It's basically like DPA forum, in the Telegram group. Just that it's for the open mic speakers only, which is a very different environment. The ecosystem is a bit more cozy.
Yeah, and you get a chance to see Vaughn dancing naked there every Friday. So please join.
Yeah, I mean, just so y'all know, I'm at Bumland in a secret location deep inside Bumland. Hopefully I get out here alive for the next open mic. As always, love the open mic. See you guys.
Okay, bye guys. Thank you everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye people. So it's my turn to do closing. Yes, finally. Actually, I forgot. Just now, Coping was saying something, but yeah, I forgot what I want to say. But no, yeah. So this awesome open mic. We talk a lot about the Israel-Hamas war, which is natural because this basically it just happened on last Saturday, a week ago, and we did not have enough information to really understand what is happening last week. So after 1 week, all the things that have developed, we have a lot more to talk about. Then we struggle to stay within Ukraine in terms of the topic. Every time we go into Ukraine, we go back to Israel. So yeah, and I think this is really one of the like very good open mic, and we have 2 new guys, so that's very awesome. And but we did not have a lot of super chats, so no, we're gonna be lost making this open mic, but it's okay. Yeah, so thank you for Tammy at NGS for and learning to micro to be supporting the open mic for this channel, this episode. And yeah, I really like this super chat. Skipping church to watch the open mic and then still get the sermon. So anyway, yeah, so I will be continuing to cover the Palestinian, not Palestinian, but Hamas Israeli conflict, and as well as the SIPREP for the Ukraine war. And yeah, I will see how to manage, because I realized the Israel Hamas war made me realize that the SIPREP is really important, because the certain things happening in Ukraine people don't really know, because they didn't get to watch my SIPREP. Because you guys are only watching like summaries or maybe only subset of the SIPREP, and then people get a bit surprised when there was actually a Kupiansk offensive currently happening. The Russians are attacking at Sinkivka, Kaislivka, and Ivanivka in the Kupiansk front. And then the Russians are also pushing at Makiivka, which is over in the very northern region of the Crimea front, or the most southern region of Sviatove front. The Russians are also pushing at Voleda. They're also pushing at Marinka, also pushing at Novomihailivka. They're pushing at Staromailske, Urzaine, Verbove, Robotine. So the Russians are pushing literally everywhere, and it's not just Avdiivka. And the Ukrainians are also struggling to push out of the South Bakhmut region. They are stuck at Andriivka and stuck at Kudyumivka, and also Klishchiivka. They just cannot get out. So a lot of things happen, and it looks like the SIPREP is still the way to go. There may be a possibility where because now we are covering 2 wars, right? So both, the problem is Ukraine and Israel is on the same time zone, so which means that there's a possibility there's a clash in terms of the timing and when the report can be published. And there's also the problem with YouTube don't really like 2 videos to be published at the same time, so then the videos will get punished. So so there's a possibility where I will publish a lot more of the SIPREP, the full SIPREP for the public, but I will still but you will be delayed. The paying supporters will get the SIPREP first in the YouTube membership, or in the Patreon or Coffee. They will get that first, and then when enough time has passed between after the the Israeli Hamas War SIPREP, then I will publish out, set it to open for the Ukraine War one. Yeah, my English is all over the place, so sorry. Maybe I'm just tired. So anyway, and also just now there was a very huge mosquito that was disturbing me. Now I don't know where it went. Yeah, so anyway, thank you for watching. Do subscribe, do share, do spread the words of the open mic. Yeah, I think the channel haven't really been growing a lot. Maybe I'm not doing enough, but yeah, so it needs your help. We get more people. I think the more people we have watching at the same time, the more in the chatters will be more fun, and then we'll have more new people on screen. And so thank you for participating in the conversations within the live chat as well as on screen, and also communicating with us. And also just to push back on the Mike's thing about FPV drones. The Russians have a lot of FPV drones, and they're actually mass producing them. So and Ukraine also is mass producing, also trying to produce them. I'm not sure in terms of manufacturing who is having an edge, but there's conceivably that the Russians have more. And even if you look at footages, both sides actually are using it extensively. Is it a replacement for artillery? Maybe. Yeah, but no, that's what it is. Yeah, so anyway, let's not drag it any more longer. So thank you for watching. Do press the like button, subscribe, and I'll see you in the next update.
mean just